Psalms 31 and Psalms 48 for us all. And after he get done reading the Psalms for us all, we'll come back and reintroduce the presentation. And we will start off with the Feast of Tabernacles review. You got the floor, my brother.
Shalom, shalom, everyone. As my brother stated, I would like for everyone to turn to Psalms 31, please. That is Psalms 3:1. It reads, "In thee, O Yahweh, do I put my trust. Let me never be ashamed. Deliver me in thy righteousness. Bow down thine ear to me. Deliver me speedily. Be thou my strong rock, for an house of defense to save me. For thou art my rock and my fortress. Therefore, for thy name's sake, lead me and guide me. Pull me out of the net that they have laid privately for me. For thou art my strength. And into thine hand I commit my spirit. Thou hast redeemed me, O Yahweh Elohim of truth. I have hated them that regard lying vanities, but I trust in Yahweh. I will be glad and rejoice in thy mercy, for thou hast considered my trouble. Thou hast known my soul in adversities. Sorry about that. And hast not shut me up into the hand of the enemy. Thou hast set my feet in a large room. Have mercy upon me, O Yahweh, for I am in trouble. My eye is consumed with grief, yea, my soul and my belly. For my life is spent with grief, and my years with sighing. My strength fails because of mine iniquity, and my bones are consumed. I was a reproach among my enemies, but especially among my neighbors, and a fear to mine acquaintance. They that did see me without fled from me. I am forgotten as a dead man out of mind. I am like a broken vessel, for I have heard the slander of many. Fear was on every side. While they took counsel together against me, they devised to take away my life. But I trusted in thee, O Yahweh. I said, thou art my Elohim. My times are in thy hand. Deliver me from the hand of my enemies, and from them that persecute me. Make thy face to shine upon thy servant. Save me for thy mercy's sake. Let me not be ashamed, O Yahweh, for I have called upon thee. Let the wicked be ashamed, and let them be silent in the grave. Let the lying lips be put to silence, which speak grievous things proudly and contemptuously against the righteous. O how great is thy goodness, which thou hast laid up for them that fear thee, which thou hast wrought for them that trust in thee before the sons of men. Thou shalt hide them in the secret of thy presence from the pride of man. Thou shalt keep them secretly in a pavilion from the strife of tongues. Blessed be Yahweh, for he hath shewed me his marvelous kindness in a strong city. For I said in my haste, I am cut off from before thine eyes. Nevertheless, thou heardest the voice of my supplications when I cried unto thee. O love Yahweh, all ye his saints, for Yahweh preserveth the faithful, and plentifully rewardeth the proud doer. Be of good courage, and he shall strengthen your heart, all ye that hope in Yahweh. Hallelujah!
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
As my brother stated, I would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 48, please. That is Psalms 4:8. It reads, Great is Yahweh, and greatly to be praised in the city of our Elohim, in the mountain of his holiness. Beautiful for situation, the joy of the whole earth is Mount Zion. On the sides of the north, the city of the great king. Elohim is known in her palaces for a refuge. For lo, the kings were assembled, they passed together. They saw it, and so they marveled. They were troubled and hasted away. Fear took hold upon them there, and pain, as a woman in travail. Thou breakest the ships of Tarshish with an east wind. As we have heard, so have we seen in the city of Yahweh of hosts, in the city of our Elohim. Elohim will establish it forever. Selah. We have thought of thy loving kindness, O Elohim, in the midst of thy temple. According to thy name, O Elohim, so is thy praise unto the ends of the earth. Thy right hand is full of righteousness. Let Mount Zion rejoice. Let the daughters of Yehudah be glad because of thy judgment. Walk about Zion and go round about her. Tell the towers thereof. Mark ye well her bulwarks. Consider her palaces, that ye may tell it to the generation following. For this Elohim is our Elohim forever and ever. He will be our guide even unto death. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. And shalom, Israel. First and foremost, I would like to give thanks and praise to the Creator of the heaven and earth. Therein is by saying hallelujah. And I would like to ask the Creator to allow the words of our mouth and the meditation of our hearts to be acceptable in His sight. Yahweh, our Savior and our Redeemer. Today's presentation will be called The Valley of Dry Bones, which is found in your Holy Scripture under the prophet Ezekiel, chapter 37. Also in this great presentation, we will teach on the Feast of Tabernacles. We will give a quick review. We have many presentations under the house of Ezra dealing with the Feast of Tabernacles. Thus, we will just give a review. And we will review this great feast day by way of 7 different chapters. And then we will jump straight into the main subject matter, which is the Valley of the Dry Bones. Before we get into the presentation, I have 2 Proverbs that I would love to read and 1 Psalm, and then we'll get straight into the Feast of Tabernacles. At this time, please get yourself in Holy Scripture, a piece of paper, and a pen, that you may jot down these most relevant scriptures that we will bring forth today, and to allow you to write down any comment or question that you might have. The first proverb is found in the 17th chapter. Let us all please turn our Holy Scriptures to Proverbs 17. Proverbs 17. That we may fear, that we may be warned with these words, that we may fear Yahweh and depart from evil. It tells us in the 17th division of Proverbs, if we pick up at the 13th verse, Proverbs 17, verse 13. And we will read to the 28th verse. And it reads, whoso reward evil for good, evil shall not depart from his house. The beginning of strife is as when one letteth out water. Therefore, leave off contention before it be meddled with. He that justifies the wicked, and he that condemns the just, even they both are an abomination to Yahweh. Wherefore is there a price in the hand of a fool to get wisdom, seeing he have no heart to it? A friend loves at all times, and a brother is born for adversity. A man void of understanding strike hands and become surety in the presence of his friend. He loves transgression that loves strife, and he that exalts his gates seeks destruction. He that hath a forward heart find no good, and he that hath a perverse tongue falleth into mischief. He that beget a fool does it to his sorrow, and the father of a fool have no joy. A married heart does good, like a medicine. Please take note, because we're going to deal with these bones. It reads in the 22nd verse, a married heart does good, like a medicine, but a broken spirit dries the bones. And our presentation today is called the Valley of Dry Bones. Well, we just read in the book of wisdom how one bones can become dry. Thus, it reads one more time in the 22nd verse. A merry heart does good, like a medicine, but a broken spirit dries the bones. A wicked man takes a gift out of the bosom to prevent the ways of judgment. Wisdom is before him that have understanding, but the eyes of a fool are in the ends of the earth. A foolish son is a grief to his father, and bitterness to her that bare him. Also, to punish the just is not good, nor to strike princes for equity. He that have knowledge spares his words, and a man of understanding is of an excellent spirit. Even a fool, when he hold his peace, is counted wise, and he that shut his lips is esteemed a man of understanding. It also warns us in the 22nd chapter of Proverbs. If we all turn there, please. The 22nd chapter of Proverbs. And what we find in the 22nd chapter of Proverbs, I would like to read the first verse. And once we read the first verse, I would like to skip to the 10th verse. But this first verse says something very intelligent and very wise, and we might be able to speak about a name if time allows us to, and that name will be Ezra. But it tells us in Proverbs, the 22nd chapter, the very first verse, these wise words. A good name is rather to be chosen than great riches, and loving favor rather than silver and gold. So it allows us to know that a good name, based on the great wisdom that Yahweh imputed in Solomon, that a good name is rather to be chosen than great riches, and loving favor rather than silver and gold. The 10th verse tells us, if we all turn there, please, of the 22nd chapter of Proverbs, cast out the scorner, and contention shall go out. Yea, strife and reproach shall cease. He that love pureness of heart, for the grace of his lips, the king shall be his friend. The eyes of Yahweh preserve knowledge, and he overthrow the words of the transgressors. The slothful man says, there is a lion without. I shall be slain in the streets. The mouth of strange women is a deep pit. He that is a horde of Yahweh shall fall therein. Foolishness is bound in the heart of a child, but the rod of correction shall drive it far from him. He that oppresses the poor to increase his riches, and he that give to the rich shall surely come to want. Bow down thy ear and hear the words of the wise, and apply thy heart unto my knowledge. For it is a pleasant thing if thou keep them within thee. They shall wither be fitted in thy lips. That thy trust may be in Yahweh. I have made known to thee this day, even to thee. Have not I written to thee excellent things? And all the things that we will go over today denotes excellence, and counsels, and knowledge, that I might make thee know the certainty, no more doubt. There's no need to give Yahweh the benefit of the doubt, because it won't do you no good when he instructs you to know for sure. Thus, the 21st verse reads again, that I might make thee know the certainty of the words of truth, that thou mightest answer the words of truth to them that sin into thee. Rob not the poor by tithes nor offering. It reads, rob not the poor because he is poor, neither oppress the afflicted in the gate. For Yahweh will plead their cause and spoil the soul of those that spoil them. Make no friendship with an angry man, and with a furious man thou shalt not go, lest thou learn the ways and get a snare to thy soul. Be not thou one of them that strike hands, or of them that are sureties for debts. If thou hast nothing to pay, why should he take away thy bed from under thee? And note, dealing with your dwellings, it tells us, remove not the ancient landmark or bound which thy fathers have set. See thou a man diligent in his business? He shall stand before kings. He shall not stand before mean men. And today we're going to be diligent about Yahweh's business and teaching a review of the Feast of Tabernacles. And by teaching this great allegory vision that was shown to the great prophet Ezekiel, which is called the Valley of the Dry Bones. Let us all please turn our Holy Scriptures to the book of the law, and let's preview or review this great statute that Yahweh made with the children of Israel. But before I do, I did say I want to read a psalm before we start. And the psalm I want to read is Psalms 81. Let us go to Psalms 81 first before we go to the book of the law to deal with this great Feast of Tabernacles. And the reason why I wanted to use this psalm in this presentation is because it denotes the statutes that Yahweh made known to the children of Israel when he brought them out of Egypt. And not too long ago, I seen one of my sisters try to justify them being under the covenant of the law in captivity by using this great psalm. So let us go to Psalms 81. Let's explain it. Let's read it. And let's make a distinction between the holy and the unholy. Because what we are reading are words of certainty, words that's coming from the scriptures of truth. So somebody got to be a liar if you're not quoting what is written. The Almighty is not a liar, and we proved that last presentation dealing with who was commanded to keep the Day of Atonement, or if Yahweh lied to David and his seed. And we witnessed for our Creator that Yahweh is not a man that he should lie. So when we make our distinction, when we show the difference, we are only acknowledging that Yahweh is righteous all the time and that his children are truly in error. Thus we find in Psalms 81, if we all turn there, please. And not only did one of our dear sisters try to use this chapter to justify them being under the covenant of the law in captivity, but when you look at the debate that me and my brother Elisha Israel had, he also used this same chapter to try to justify that they were under the covenant of the law. Well, in this reproof, we will just let the world know that our brother and our sister lack understanding of this chapter, and they lack understanding according to the time and place of these great words. Thus, we find in the very first verse of Psalms 81, sing aloud into Elohim, our strength. Make a joyful noise into Elohim of Yaakov. It tells them in the second verse, take a psalm and bring hither the timbrel, the pleasant harp with the pastry. Blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in the time appointed on our solemn feast days. Well, let's stop, because we're trying to make a distinction. We're trying to show without a shadow of a doubt, with certainty, that these people that this psalm denote are free people. They are people in the wilderness. They are people entering into the land of promise. They are people that are taking heed of all the words of the instructions. And for them to do so, they must be under the covenant of the law, and they must be set apart from the heathen or their enemies. Thus it reads, again in the third verse, blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in the time appointed on our solemn feast days. And where would you find this information? Where would you find this instruction? You will find this instruction in the book of Numbers, the 10th chapter, and you will also find this instruction in the book of Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. And to be recipients of those two books and those two instructions, you had to be a free man and woman. You had to find yourself out of captivity and among your Creator to be a recipient of these words of truth. Thus, the 5th verse reads, this he ordained in Joseph. The word Joseph denotes Ephraim. It reads, his son. It reads, this he ordained in Joseph for a testimony. I guess what our brothers and sisters don't see in this 5th verse, they speaking or seeing Joseph. They're not thinking about the son that is blessed. They looking at Joseph himself, knowing that he was in Egypt. Well, this is speaking about the babies of Joseph. This is speaking about the children of Israel coming out, being instructed about these statutes. Thus, it reads in the 5th verse, or the 4th verse, for this was a statute for Israel, and a law of the Elohim of Jacob. So it allows us to know whoever he is talking to, dealing with this psalm, they are under the statutes and they are under the law of Elohim. The 5th verse reads, this he ordained in Joseph. Again, Joseph denotes Ephraim. For a testimony, when he went out, a lot of your scriptures, especially if you're reading out of the King James Version, it says, through the land of Egypt. When you look this word up in Hebrew, it does not denote he went out through the land of Egypt. What the Hebrew denotes is he went out against, not through the land of Egypt, but went out against the land of Egypt, where I heard a language that I understood not. Note the 6th verse to allow us to know that, no, this can't be in the land. This can't denote a bunch of captives keeping the statutes and the laws, because it tells us in the 6th verse, I removed his shoulder from the burden. His hands were delivered from the pots. And that burden can easily be found in Exodus, the 1st chapter, allowing us to know when we were slaves, we were under burdens and we was under rigorous servitude. The 7th verse reads, thy callest in trouble. That's how Israel was saved out of Egypt. Not by keeping laws that was not known to them, nor by reenacting something that they might have found out. But instead, it tells us in the 7th chapter, as Yahweh promised Abraham in Genesis, the 15th chapter, the 13th and 14th verse. Thus, the 7th verse of Psalms 81 reads, thy callest in trouble, and I delivered thee. I answered thee in the secret place of thunder. Another saying that we find in this 7th verse that denote that the Israelites were not in Egypt, but they were in the wilderness, it reads, I proved thee, I tested thee at the waters of Meribah. We that read the scriptures know that the words about the waters of Meribah is found in the book of Numbers. According to time and place, if it's coming from the book of Numbers, they are out of captivity. They find themselves free in the wilderness, being tested at the waters of Meribah. And if anybody understands the testifying that went on at the water of Meribah, we all know and understand that this was the time that the great Moses did not sanctify Yahweh when he smoked the rock and when he told the people, "Come drink, ye rebels." That was not in Egypt. That was in the wilderness. And that not sanctifying Yahweh caused Moses not to enter to the land of promise. And that did not happen in Egypt. It happened in the wilderness. It also say, "Hear, O my people, and I will testify unto thee, O Israel, if thou wilt hearken unto me. There shall no strange God be in thee, neither shall thy worship any strange God. I am Yahweh thy Elohim." Which what? Hold on. My teacher and the sister said this is in Egypt. Well, the Almighty calling them a liar. The scripture tells us every word of Elohim is pure. He is a shield unto you that put their trust in him, and not into his words, lest he reprove thee, and thy be found a liar. Well, we know some people that have added, and today Yahweh has given us the Spirit to reprove them, and they are truly found a liar. For it tells us again in Psalms 81, the 10th verse, "I am Yahweh thy Elohim, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt." Open thy mouth wide. You wasn't eating these type of words in captivity, nor are you eating them today, even though you got them or find them on your page. You're not eating them because you can't live therein. Everything that Yahweh commanded the Israelites, they had to live therein. Thus it tells us in its entirety, "I am Yahweh thy Elohim, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt. Open thy mouth wide, and I will fill it." But note what transpired in the wilderness. It reads in the 11th verse, "But my people would not hearken unto my voice, and Israel would none of me. So I gave them up into their own heart lust, and they walked in their own counsels," as many of our so-called brothers and sisters that call themselves the house of Israel do this day. They walk in their own counsel. The Almighty said time should be paid every year and every 3 years. But our brothers and sisters walk in their own counsel to where they have become wiser than Yahweh and are teaching us that we are to pay tithes every week or whenever you can. It tells us in the 13th verse, "Oh, that my people had hearkened unto me, and Israel had walked it in my ways." A question was asked today, what does it mean according to Isaiah chapter 1, where it talk about the different feasts and Sabbaths that is mentioned. And he said that it denote your ways or your doings. Well, here is a good example. For it tells us, oh, that my people had hearkened unto me, and Israel had walked in my ways. So the Almighty is allowing us to know that many times Israel found themselves walking in their own way, found themselves on their own path, found themselves doing their own doings. Thus the 14th verse reads, I should soon have subdued their enemies and turned my hand against their adversaries. The haters of Yahweh. Yahweh have haters. Just like you think people hate you, well, Yahweh have haters also. Thus it says the haters of Yahweh should have submitted themselves unto him. But their time should have endured forever. He should have fed them also with the finest of the wheat and with honey out of the rock should I have satisfied thee. And all this is telling us is that if Israel would have hearkened to every word as commanded, they wouldn't have found themselves getting beat upside the head in the wilderness, nor would they found themselves getting beat upside the head once they entered into the land of promise. The only reason that Israel would find themselves being afflicted and needing to be saved is because they did not hearken to every word of the voice of Yahweh. So hopefully with us expounding on this 81st chapter of Psalms, we all see with our eyes and hear with our ears that this chapter have nothing to do with us today, nor did it have anything to do with the children of Israel when they found themselves sojourning in the land of Egypt. Now, let us entertain the Feast of Tabernacles. Let us all please go to the book of the law, and let's go to the book of Exodus, the 23rd chapter. Exodus, the 23rd chapter. We are giving a review of the Feast of Tabernacles. And in this review, we will make another distinction, once again, to allow our brothers and sisters to know that these great statutes, as we just seen in Psalms 81, was only given to a free people. And that free people name was Israel. And they were freed, brought out, delivered from the land of Egypt. And once they were freed, we find in Exodus, the 23rd chapter, in the wilderness, these great words of instructions. And it tells us in Exodus, the 23rd chapter, if we pick up at the 16th verse, Exodus 23. And let's pick up at the 16th verse. And what we find in the 16th verse, it reads, and the fruit, and the feast of harvest, the first fruits of thy labor, which thou hast sown in the field. That does not denote the Feast of Tabernacles. It denotes the Feast of Harvest, the first fruits of thy labor, which thou hast sown in the field. And these are the instructions that is given to the Israelites of what they must do and how they must live therein in these words once they enter into the land of promise. Then it reads, and the feast of ingathering. The feast of ingathering denotes the feast of tabernacles. The first name that was given for the feast of tabernacles is what we just read, the feast of ingathering. The feast of ingathering was changed to the feast of tabernacles. And those instructions was given in the wilderness. But what also was made known was when the children of Israel made it in the land of promise, and they constructed the temple, the feast of ingathering, the feast of tabernacles became the feast of the temple, meaning that these things were done where the temple was placed. This is where you brought all that Yahweh instructed the Israelites to bring. So I just wanted y'all to see that, because you don't see the Feast of Tabernacles, but what you do see is the Feast of Ingathering, which is in the end of the year, when thou hast gathered in thy labors out of the field. 3 times in the year all thy males shall appear before Yahweh Elohim. And a lot of people are teaching that they are keeping the Feast of Booths, that they are keeping the Feast of Tabernacles, that they are keeping the Feast of Ingathering. But they never find where all the males has appeared before Yahweh. And again, where they were to appear would be where the temple was at. And the temple would only be among one of your brethren, where Yahweh has placed his name. And that will never be found in America nor abroad. Thus, it continued to tell us, 3 times in the year, all thy males shall appear before Yahweh thy Elohim. Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread, neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain into the morning. The first of the first fruits of thy land thou shalt bring into the house of Yahweh thy Elohim. And in closing, it says, thou shalt not seize or boil a kid in his mother's milk. So it allows us to know, it gives us a brief reading of the Feast of Ingathering, which later was called the Feast of Tabernacles, which later was called, or these feasts was made a pilgrimage to what was later known as the temple. It also tells us, if we take a look, I'll include this, I said 7 different chapters, where I have one more in Exodus, and that is found in the 34th chapter of Exodus. Let us all turn our scriptures to the 34th chapter of Exodus. And let's pick up at the 22nd verse. And we will read to the 27th verse. And these are the excellent words that we find dealing with this great statute and this great feast day, which is called the Feast of Tabernacles. And it reads in the 22nd verse, and thou shalt observe the feast of weeks, of the first fruits of wheat harvest. And then it tells us and instruct the Israelites that find themselves free in the wilderness under the covenant of the law, and the feast of ingathering at the year's end. Twice, 3 times in the year shall all your men children appear before Yahweh Elohim, the Elohim of Israel. Note, it reads, for I will cast out the nations before thee. So you can't be doing it in another nation, because where Yahweh commanded Israel to keep the Feast of Tabernacles, he is promising them, according to the 24th verse, that he will cast out the nations before them. Not only that, he also promised, and enlarge thy borders. Well, thy borders denote all of your dwellings. So you can't be doing it in the enemy's land, nor can these verses denote you being in captivity. For it reads again, and enlarge thy borders, neither shall any man desire thy land. So it's talking about all the other lands. None of them will desire your land when you make your pilgrimage to the place that Yahweh placed his name, to observe these great feasts. And note, it spoke about 3. Well, anytime you found yourself on that pilgrimage, going to your brother's dwellings to observe these great feasts, the Almighty ensure Israel that they don't have to worry about their land or their dwellings, because the Almighty will be guarding or watching over your land, to the extent that the other nations will not have a spirit on them to desire thy land. And this land is singular. The 25th verse reads, thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leaven, neither shall the sacrifice of the feast of the Passover be left into the morning. The first of the first fruits of thy land thou shalt bring into the house of Yahweh thy Elohim. And as your brother stated, first it was the tabernacle, then that house became the temple. It tells us, thou shalt not seize or boil a kid in his mother's milk. And the last verse that I will read, that we all should have circled and pay close attention to, it tells us in the 27th verse, as we make our distinction between the holy and what our brothers and sisters are doing today, which is profaned, it says in the 27th verse, and Yahweh said unto Moses, write these words, for after the tenor, the sound of these words, I have made a covenant with thee and with Israel. So when your brothers and sisters sing another song, when your brothers and sisters include some other lyrics, you are not to obey them. You are not to hearken into them. For Yahweh has stated, dealing with the Feast of Ingathering, write these words, for after the tenor of these words I have made a covenant with thee. Not after the tenor, or nor after the sound of your brothers and sisters. I don't care what y'all calling them today. That sound does not denote the voice of Yahweh. Israel was to do all that Yahweh commanded them, dealing with this great covenant, and he allows us to know that these words denote a particular tenor, a particular sound, and we were to hearken only to these words, to the sound of these words. And today, we have many brothers and sisters teaching that they are keeping the Feast of Tabernacles, and they have not uttered nor hearkened to the tenor of these words. Let us turn our Holy Scripture to continue to review the Feast of Tabernacles to Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. I got it listed down in chronological order, so we don't have to go all over the place. We should readily be able to see all that Yahweh have commanded the Israelites dealing with this great feast called the Feast of Tabernacles. Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. And what do we find here? It tells us in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, if we pick up at the 34th verse. Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, the 34th verse. And we will read to the 44th verse. And it reads, I'll start at the 33rd to make sure you understand this is not Brother Samuel speaking. This is your Creator, according to the tenor. Thus it reads, and Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, saying, the 15th day of this 7th moon shall be the Feast of Tabernacles. For 7 days unto Yahweh. Please take note of the instructions and remember, the Israelites were commanded to live therein. Thus, on the first day shall be an holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work therein. Well, when we were in Egypt under servitude, and we were in Egypt under affliction. So this could never denote us being in captivity, for it tells us on the first day shall be an holy convocation, ye shall do no servile work therein. 7 days ye shall offer an offering made by fire. And we read in Proverbs that the Almighty has given us excellent words. These words are excellent, meaning he requires every one of them. Thus, let's go back to the 36th verse, because these words, many of our brothers and sisters have come to the conclusion that they can't do. So they're doing everything except this, which denotes that they are in error. The 36th verse reads again in its entirety, 7 days ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. On the 8th day shall be an holy, not a convocation, not a get-together, but an holy convocation unto you. And ye shall offer an offering made by fire, not an offering made by your lips or made by anything else, but what is written, thus it says, made by fire unto Yahweh. It is a solemn assembly, and ye shall do no servile work therein. These are the feasts of Yahweh, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations. And you are, note what it reads, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations. So you're not just saying the Feast of Tabernacles being a holy convocation where you just laying around faking like you keeping the Sabbath. No, that day was to proclaim to be holy convocation. To do what? It reads, to offer an offering made by fire and to Yahweh, a burnt offering and a meat offering, a sacrifice and drink offering. Everything, not some of the things, not what you think you can do. It says everything upon his day. In this particular feast here, you're dealing with 8 days. It tells us in the 38th verse of the 23rd chapter of Leviticus, besides the Sabbaths of Yahweh, and besides your gifts, and besides all your vows, and besides all your free will offerings, which ye give unto Yahweh. Also in the 15th day of the 7th moon, when ye have gathered in the fruit of the land, ye shall keep a feast unto Yahweh 7 days. On the first day shall be a Sabbath, and on the 8th day shall be a Sabbath. And ye shall take you on the first day the broths of goodly trees, branches of palm trees, and the broths of thick trees, and willows of the brook, and ye shall rejoice before Yahweh your Elohim 7 days. And ye shall keep it a feast unto Yahweh 7 days in the year. It shall be, as we read in Psalms 81, here's another statute. It shall be a statute forever in your generations. So even if you use this last sentence and say, well, brother, it says it should be a statute forever in your generations. Well, that is true. But what shall be a statute forever in your generation? Is it not all the word that we just read? Absolutely. Ye shall celebrate it in the 7th moon. Ye shall dwell in booths 7 days. All, please take note, all that are Israelite born shall dwell in booths. Well, let's stop. Because we are the descendants of these people. We were not born in that great land of promise. And the Almighty allowed us to know today, as it reads again in the 42nd verse, ye shall dwell in booths 7 days. All that are Israelite born shall dwell in booths. So all you brothers and sisters that has converted or have avowed to be Israel, knowing good and well you were born in America, you are truly in error. These words are not talking to you. Thus, it reads in the 43rd verse, that your generations may know that I made the children of Israel to dwell in booths. Where? In captivity? Absolutely not. Well, why are you dwelling in booths today? It reads, I made the children of Israel to dwell in booths when I brought them out of the land of Egypt. I am Yahweh, your Elohim. And the faithful Moses, it reads in the 44th verse, he is declaring to them, as I am declaring to you today, that these words have nothing to do with you. But he declared the words had everything to do with the children of Israel that were born in that land. Thus it tells us in the 44th verse of the 23rd chapter of Leviticus, and Moses declared unto the children of Israel the feasts of Yahweh. And that's exactly what we're going to do today. We're going to declare to our brothers and sisters that find themselves in America and scattered abroad the Feast of Tabernacles. How, when, and why it was done among the Israelites that was free in the wilderness going into the land of promise. And we will do that. We will continue to do so by us all turning to the book of Numbers. The book of Numbers, the very next chapter, or the very next book is the book of Numbers. And let us all please turn to the 29th division of Numbers, the 29th chapter of Numbers. And we will continue to see this great truth, and we will continue to acknowledge and notice that Yahweh changes not. There is only one law, and that law is for the homeborn and the stranger that sojourned among the homeborn. And that is not you nor I. Numbers, the 29th chapter, let's pick up at the 12th verse. And it reads, and on the 15th day of the 7th moon, ye shall have an holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work, and ye shall keep a feast unto Yahweh 7 days. And ye shall offer a burnt offering. And note all these words. For some reason, people believe that Yahweh didn't have nothing else to say or do, so he just gave them a bunch of words. Well, these are great words of instructions that the Israelites, that Yesharon was supposed to live therein. Thus we read, and ye shall offer a burnt offering, a sacrifice made by fire. We got people teaching Yahweh don't require a sacrifice no more. Well, you're misunderstanding the words of your Creator. The Almighty hath instructed the Israelites these great words. And not only instruct them, but told them that they must live therein. And that they must keep every word. Thus, we're going to read them. Many of you have not read these words because your teachers thought that it was useless, or they thought that they would be revealed. So they didn't read these words to you over and over and over again like I do, because they didn't want you to see this truth. Well, let's see the truth of the matter, dealing with the Feast of Tabernacles, dealing with each and every day of that great feast. Thus, it tells us again in the 13th verse, and ye shall offer a burnt offering, a sacrifice made by fire, and a sweet Savior unto Yahweh. 13, not 12, 13 young bullocks, 2 rams, not 1, and 14, not 13, lambs of the first year. They shall be in note of the first year, not no old lamb 7 years old. It says, they shall be without blemish. Well, everything in America has blemishes. We hear all the time where the grocery stores call back all type of meat because they contaminate it. But you don't have to worry about that, because it ain't commanding you to use their meat. It's not even talking to you, because you're not a homeborn, nor do you find yourself in the land of promise, being under the covenant of the law. So when we show the words of the holy, it will reveal the words of the unholy. Thus, the 14th verse reads, and their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil, 3/10 deals, and to every bullock of the 13 bullocks, 2/10 deals, to each ram of the 2 rams, and a several 10th deal to each lamb of the 14 lambs, and 1 kid of the goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, and his meat offering, and his drink offering. Note the 17th verse, day by day. And on the 2nd day, ye shall offer 12 young bullocks, 2 rams, 14 lambs of the first year without spots, and their meat offering and their drink offering for the bullocks, for the rams and for the lambs shall be according to their number after the manner. And 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering and the meat offering thereof, and their drink offerings. And on the 3rd day, 11 bullocks, 2 rams, 13 lambs of the first year without blemish, and their meat offering, and their drink offerings for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs, shall be according to their number, and note this rendering, after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, and his meat offering, and his drink offering. And on the 4th day, 10 bullocks, 2 rams, and 13 lambs of the first year without blemish. Their meat offering and their drink offerings for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs, lambs shall be according to their number after the manner. and 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, his meat offering, and his drink offering. And on the 5th day, 9 bullocks, 2 rams, 14 lambs of the first year without spot, and their meat offering and their drink offerings for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs shall be according to their number after the manner. There's only one way to do the Feast of Tabernacles, being in obedience. And 1 goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, and his meat offering, and his drink offering. And on the 6th day, 8 bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year without blemish. And their meat offering and their drink offerings for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs shall be according to their number after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, his meat offering, and his drink offering. And on the 7th day, 7 bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year without blemish, and their meat offering, and their drink offerings for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs shall be according to their number after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, his meat offering, and his drink offering. The 35th verse reads, on the 8th day shall ye have a solemn assembly. Ye shall do no servile work therein, but ye shall offer a burnt offering, a sacrifice made by fire of a sweet Savior, and to Yahweh 1 bullock, 1 ram, 7 lambs of the first year without blemish, their meat offering and their drink offerings for the bullock, for the ram, and for the lambs shall be according to the number after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, and his meat offering, and his drink offering. These things, Israel, ye shall do unto Yahweh in your set feasts, besides, as it was written in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, the 37th and the 38th verse, you find almost the same words in the 39th verse of Numbers, the 29th chapter. These things ye shall do unto Yahweh in your set feasts, besides your vows and your free will offerings, for your burnt offerings, and for your meat offerings, and for your drink offerings, and for your peace offerings. And Moses, as he did in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, I think it was the 44th verse, so do he do in the 40th verse of this chapter. And Moses told the children of Israel, according to all that Yahweh commanded Moses. And I am declaring the exact same thing. To continue the review, let us turn our scriptures to the book of Deuteronomy. As I stated, we are going in chronological order. We started at Exodus. Now we find ourselves in the book of Deuteronomy. Let us all please turn to Deuteronomy, the 16th chapter. And what do we find here? More truth, more instructions, the tenor of Yahweh's voice. It reads in Deuteronomy, the 16th chapter, if we pick up at the 13th verse. Matter of fact, I'll start at the 12th. And you might see something in there dealing with what we just read in Psalms 81, and it should allow you to know that Israel never did any of these statutes in captivity. Thus, it tells us in the 12th verse of the 16th chapter of Deuteronomy. And we will read to the 17th verse, and it reads, "And thou shalt remember that thou was a bondsman in Egypt, slavery, and thou shalt observe to do these statutes. Thou shalt observe the Feast of Tabernacles 7 days after that thou hast gathered in thy corn and thy wine, and thou shalt rejoice in thy feast, thy and thy son, and thy daughter, and thy manservant, and thy maidservant, and the Levite, the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow that are within thy gates." Not wherever you at. 7 days shall thou keep a solemn feast unto Yahweh thy Elohim. Where at? Because many of our brothers and sisters are confused. They say you the Elohim of the whole heaven and earth, which you are, so they can serve you wherever they at. It says, in the place which Yahweh shall choose. So if you truly believe that Yahweh is the creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein is, will also believe when he tell you where these things are to be done. For it reads again in the 15th verse, the 14th verse. "And thou shalt rejoice in thy feast, thy and thy son, and thy daughter, and thy manservant, and thy maidservant, and the Levite, the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow that are within thy gates." The Israelite gates can only be found in the land that they possess, the same land that they inherit, and the same land that was promised. That's why it is known as the Promised Land, because that is the only dwelling that was promised to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob and their seed. The 15th verse reads, 7 days shall thou keep a solemn feast unto Yahweh thy Elohim in the place which Yahweh shall choose, because Yahweh thy Elohim shall bless thee in all thy increase, and in all the works of thy hands. Therefore, the reason why thou shalt surely rejoice. 3 times in a year shall all thy males appear before Yahweh thy Elohim, in the place which he shall choose, in the feast of unleavened bread, for those that have been taught by these maraes to throw your bread out of your house and get rid of leaven, well, that's vanity. Because the Almighty is telling us by way of hearing that the feast of unleavened bread was only commanded to be done in the place which he shall choose. And he have never chose your captivity. And in the feast of weeks, in the place that he have chosen, and he have never chosen captivity. And in the feast of tabernacles, in the place that he have chose, and he have never chose your captivity. And they shall not appear before Yahweh empty. And what do that mean? Can we use that sentence to indict our brothers and sisters that swear up and down that they are keeping the Feast of Tabernacles in their enemy land and always show up empty-handed? Absolutely. Because when it talks about showing up empty-handed, it lets you know that Yahweh has blessed the land that they find themselves in. And they are to show up with the increase. So there is no need for you to be empty-handed. To be in obedience, you're going to do all that Yahweh has said. Just like we just read Numbers, the 29th chapter. And it had all those verses dealing with that which you was to offer. Well, that's what Yahweh requires. And as we note in Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, the Almighty lets us know that the Israelites were not just to hear the word, but they were to live therein. Thus, the 17th verse reads, and that will be the last verse we will read out of Deuteronomy, the 16th chapter, every man shall give as he is able, based on the increase, according to the blessing, not according to your hard work, not according to you out here surviving. It says according to the blessing of Yahweh thy Elohim, which he has given thee. Not your boss, not your education, not the job, the good job you got. No, that do not denote nor equate the blessings of Yahweh, nor the increase of the land of promise. As we continue to review the Feast of Tabernacles, let us turn our scriptures to a place that will allow us to know that Yahweh changes not, and is allow us to know that these was the times after the children of Israel not only came out of Egypt, but also came out of Babylon. Let us turn our scriptures to Ezra, the 3rd chapter. Ezra, the 3rd chapter, which denote after the Babylonian captivity. And we will see that no matter what situation that the Israelites found themselves in, Yahweh changed not. So they didn't keep the Feast of Tabernacles in Babylon, just like they didn't keep the Feast of Tabernacles in Egypt, just like you're not keeping the Feast of Tabernacles in America and scattered abroad. But they did, as we have testimony to show that they truly did once they came out of slavery. Ezra, the 3rd chapter. And let's pick up at the very first verse, and we will end at the 5th verse. Ezra, the 3rd chapter, the 1st verse. And when the 7th moon was come, and the children of Israel were in the cities, the people gathered themselves together as one man to Jerusalem, because Jerusalem was the name or the place that Yahweh placed his name. It was the dwelling of your brother Yehuda. It tells us in the 2nd verse, then stood up Joshua, the son of Josedek, and his brethren, the priests, and Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, and his brethren, and builded the altar of Elohim of Israel. Because they can't keep the feast, nor can they come empty-handed. So it says, and build the altar of Elohim of Israel to offer burnt offerings thereon, as it is written in the law of Moses. You cannot keep any of the feast days of Yahweh without the offerings, as it is written in the law of Moses, the man of Elohim. And they set the altar upon his basis, for fear was upon them because of the people of those countries. And they offered burnt offerings thereon unto Yahweh, even burnt offerings morning and evening. They kept also the Feast of Tabernacles. However they wanted, the best they can? Absolutely not. It says, as it is written, and offered the daily burnt offerings by number, according to the custom, as the duty of every day require. And we just read those duties in Numbers, the 29th chapter. The 5th verse, and to be the last verse that I will read, it says, and afterwards offer the continual burnt offering, both of the new moons and of all the set feasts of Yahweh that were consecrated, and of every one that willingly offered a free will offering into Yahweh. So we see, and we just witnessed by way of testimony, that Yahweh changes not. When the Israelites was freed from Babylon, they came back into the land, not just into the land, but to the dwelling that Yahweh placed his name, and they came to that dwelling. They set up the altar that they could offer the burnt offerings thereon, as it was written in the law of Moses, the man of Elohim. So it allows us to know that they never linked upon their own understanding. They never tried to give Yahweh the benefit of the doubt, for there was no need. They had somebody among them that understood the words of the law. Another place where it shows us, and another testimony, where it allows us to know that Yahweh changes not. There's only one way to do the Feast of Tabernacles, and it allows us to know that we that call ourselves Israel today, being in America and scattered abroad, has never kept one day of the Feast of Tabernacles. Let us turn our Holy Scriptures to the book of Nehemiah. And here's another time after the Babylonian captivity. Nehemiah. And let's turn our scriptures to the 8th chapter. Nehemiah, the 8th chapter. And we find the same words of certainty in Nehemiah, the 8th chapter, if we pick up at the 13th verse. Nehemiah, the 8th chapter, the 13th verse. And it reads, and on the second day, we gathered together the chief of the fathers of all the people, the priests and the Levites, and to Ezra the scribe, even to understand the words of the law. And when you are being taught the words of the law, when you understand the words of the law, you can't do it, nor teach it any other way than what is written. The only way that you can have another opinion is because you have not been taught the words of the law. Well, today, you can't hold on to that excuse anymore, because your brother is teaching you the words of the law dealing with this great feast called the Feast of Tabernacles. And it tells us in the 14th verse, and they found written, as we find today, in the law, which Yahweh has commanded by Moses, that the children of Israel shall dwell in booths in the feast of the 7th moon, and that they should publish and proclaim in all their cities and in Jerusalem, saying, Go forth into the mount, and fetch olive branches, and pine branches, and myrtle branches, and palm branches, and branches of thick trees, to make booths, as it is written. So the people went forth and brought them, and made themselves booths, every one upon the roof of his house, and in their courts, and in the courts of the house of Elohim, and in the street of the water gate, and in the street of the gate of Ephraim. And all the congregation of them that were come again out of the captivity, please take note, there is no stories, there is no testimonies where the Israelites did the best they can in captivity. All the testimonies denote what the Israelites did once they returned back into the land. There is no testimonies dealing with Israel doing any of the law in captivity. Why not? Because it was never commanded. This book is not a testimony for what you did or your doings. It is a testimony of what Yahweh said and what he did. So you're not going to find your story of giving him the benefit of the doubt. You're not going to find your story of doing the best you can, because Yahweh never commanded Israel to do so. Thus, it tells us, again in the 17th verse of the 8th chapter of Nehemiah, and all the congregation of them that were come again out of the captivity made booths and sat under the booths, for since the day of Joshua, the son of Nun, and to that day had not the children of Israel done so, and there was very great gladness. The 18th verse in closing reads, Also, day by day, from the first day and to the last day, he read in the book of the law of Elohim. And if you're doing that, ain't no way you can make a mistake. That's why I don't understand how our brothers and sisters are making errors and doing vanity when they supposed to be reading out of the law. They supposed to be reading the instructions. And if they are truly reading to you and teaching you the instructions, no one in their captivity should be perpetrating the Feast of Tabernacles. Thus it closed in the 18th verse, also day by day, from the first day and to the last day, he read in the book of the law of Elohim. And they, those that paid attention, those that had eyes and could see and ears that can hear, it says, and they kept the feast 7 days, and on the 8th day was a solemn assembly according to the manner. And that's the same rendering we found just about in every verse dealing with the Feast of Tabernacles in Numbers, the 29th chapter. So there's only one way. And Yahweh don't need no benefit of a doubt, because the benefit of a doubt only denotes you don't know. And he didn't want you, those that was ordered to do so, he didn't want them walking around not knowing. Thus, we just read, every day Ezra and Nehemiah was reading the law. every day. You can't make a mistake if I'm teaching you day after day what you should do. You can't wind up at the YMCA. You can't wind up at Kroger's or some other supermarket. Not if your brother was teaching you word for word every day that which was written in the book of Moses, the man of Elohim. And the last place that we will review is found in the book of Zechariah, another place after the children of Israel returned out of Babylon. Let us all please turn our scripture to Zechariah, the 14th chapter. Zechariah, the 14th chapter. And it allows us to know that Yahweh changes not. It allows us to know that we're not even in the wilderness. The Feast of Tabernacles also denoted the end of the Israelite wandering, where we don't even find ourselves on the path of the wandering yet. We find ourselves in captivity. It tells us in Zechariah, the 14th chapter, if we pick up at the 16th verse and read to the 21st verse, and it reads, "And it shall come to pass that everyone that is left of all the nations, which," and note, again, it will allow us to know through this testimony that Israel was never supposed to try to keep any of the feasts of Yahweh in the land of their captivity, or wherever they find themselves, or wherever they call their dwellings. Because in this testimony, we're going to find that even the dwellings that you were in, or that you find yourself in today, when the Almighty brought back the children of Israel out of slavery, all those places that they found themselves sojourning in, they even had to come to this place where the Feast of Tabernacles will be held, and that place was only one of your brethren dwellings, where Yahweh placed his name. Thus it tells us in the 16th verse, "And it shall come to pass that everyone that is left of all the nations which came against Jerusalem shall even go up from year to year to worship the King, Yahweh of hosts, and to keep the Feast of Tabernacles. And it shall be that whoso will not come up," and note the directions. It ain't going to America. It ain't going to abroad, but America and those abroad had to come up to the place that Yahweh chose. Even today, you can't be doing what Yahweh commanded if you're not at the place that Yahweh chose. And the Almighty, by way of this testimony, showing us how he will kill those that don't show up in the place that he have chose. But he's going to spare you. That don't make sense, nor is it the truth. Thus it reads in the 17th verse, "And it shall be that whosoever will not come up of all the families of the earth into Jerusalem to worship the King and Yahweh of hosts, even upon them shall be no rain. And if the family of Egypt go not up and come not, that have no rain, there shall be the plague, wherewith Yahweh will smite the heathen that come not up to keep the Feast of Tabernacles. This shall be the punishment of Egypt and the punishment of all nations that come not up to keep the Feast of Tabernacles. In that day shall there be upon the bells of the horses holiness unto Yahweh. And the pots in the Yahweh's house shall be like the bowls before the altar. Yea, every pot in Jerusalem and in Jehudah shall be holiness unto Yahweh of hosts. And all they that sacrifice shall come and take of them. No, the sacrifice ain't went away nowhere, but we got people teaching Yahweh don't require sacrifice. Well, even after captivity, the sacrifice is reestablished. So you might be right. Yahweh don't require a sacrifice in your captivity. But once you out of it, I bet he does. It tells us in the 21st verse, yea, every pot in Jerusalem and Yehudah shall be holiness unto Yahweh of hosts, and all they that sacrifice shall come and take of them and boil therein. And in that day there shall be no more the Canaanite, and this word Canaanite is just used to represent any unclean, any dishonest, or any moral impurity person. So that's what that denotes, Canaanite. When we entered into the land of Canaan, the Almighty instructed the Israelites to kill everything that breathes because of all the abominations that they have done in his land. So when we read this word, the Canaanite in the house of Yahweh of hosts, it only denotes and represents any unclean thing, any dishonest person, or moral impure person. So I hope that this review was significant and suffice, that we all was able to see with our own eyes that none of the Israelites that was ever in captivity kept the Feast of Tabernacles. They all had to wait to be delivered from captivity to get back into the land of promise and to the dwelling of their brother, where Yahweh placed his name to keep any of the great feast days of Yahweh. The next subject matter of this great presentation is the Valley of Dry Bones. And I wanted to establish this oracle vision by the words and the visions and the dreams that was made known to this great prophet Ezekiel before we make it to the 37th chapter, where the allegorical story of the Valley of Dry Bones is found. And I wanted to do so by allowing us to see with our own eyes the many visions. There was 4 main visions that was shown to Ezekiel. Well, I wanted to show the first 2 to work our way up to the 37th chapter, and I wanted to show what caused the Israelites to be in the graves of their enemies, or to be in the land of their enemies, and why would they find themselves cut off and without hope. And I said I would do so by having us all first turn to the book of the law. And the book of the law that I would love to bring forth to apply with this great Valley of Dry Bones is Deuteronomy, the 31st chapter. Let us all please turn our Holy Scriptures to Deuteronomy, the 31st chapter. And I will pick up at of course, wherever I don't read, I suggest that you, in your spare time, pick it up and read it all. But I will start this great presentation and showing where these words come from and why Israel will find themselves dry bones. I will start in Deuteronomy, the 31st chapter. And let's start at the 9th verse. Deuteronomy, the 31st chapter, the 9th verse. And it reads. And note what we're going to find in there. It reads, and Moses wrote this law and delivered it unto the priests, the sons of Levi, which bear the ark of the covenant of Yahweh, and to all the elders of Israel. And Moses commanded them, saying, please take note, at the end of every 7 years, in the solemnity of the year of release, and I heard a couple brothers tell me that, well, you know, brother, this is the end. This is the end of the 7th year. And I asked them, where is the liberty? Where is the liberty? If you are truly keeping the Feast of Tabernacles, and you supposed to know the dates and all that, where is the liberty? It don't tell us nothing about we knowing the dates and all that, and the liberty don't come to pass. It tells us in this 10th verse of Deuteronomy, the 31st chapter, and Moses commanded them, saying, at the end of every 7 years, in the solemnity of the year of release. Why ain't you released? And the Feast of Tabernacles. When all Israel is to what? Is to come to appear before Yahweh thy Elohim. This is in the law. And every other place we read dealing with the Feast of Tabernacles is in the law. It says in the 11th verse, when all Israel is come to appear before Yahweh thy Elohim in the place which he shall choose, thou shalt read this law before all Israel in their hearing. Gather the people together, men and women, and children, and thy stranger that is within thy gates, that they may learn, or it reads, that they may hear, and that they may learn and fear Yahweh, your Elohim, and observe to do all the words of this law, and that their children, which have not known anything, may hear and learn to fear Yahweh your Elohim, as long as ye live, wherever you at, it says, in the land, whether thy go over Jordan to possess it, which denotes all of the Israelites' dwellings. The 14th verse reads, and Yahweh said unto Moses, behold, thy days approach that thou must die. Call Joshua and present yourself in the tabernacle of the congregation, that I may give him a charge. And Moses and Joshua went and presented themselves in the tabernacle of the congregation. And Yahweh appeared in the tabernacle in a pillar of cloud. And the pillar of the cloud stood over the door of the tabernacle. And please take note what was said, for it will denote the dry bones later on in retrospect. Thus it tells us in the 16th verse, and Yahweh said unto Moses, behold, thou shalt sleep with thy fathers, and this people shall raise up and go a-whoring after the gods of the strangers of the land, whether they go to be among them, and will forsake me and break my covenant which I have made with them. Then my anger shall be kindled against them in that day, and I will forsake them, and I will hide my face from them. And if you forsaken of Yahweh, and Yahweh hiding his face and he ain't answering your prayers, I think your bones will be pretty dry. It says, and I will hide my face from them, and they shall be devoured, and many evils and troubles shall befall them, so that they will say in that day, are not these evils come upon us, because our Elohim is not among us? And look what the Holy was going to say. Well, today, the unholy speak in the sense that they don't even need the Almighty to answer their prayers. They don't even need the Almighty to not hide his face from them, because they're going to do it anyway, and it's going to be accepted. They doing it for Yahweh. Even though Yahweh punishing us, they'll say we're doing it for him. So it's going to be accepted, even though he has already testified that it won't. Thus, it tells us in the 18th verse again, and I will surely hide my face in that day for all the evils which they shall have wrought, and that they are turned into other gods. Now therefore write ye this song for you, and teach it the children of Israel. Put it in their mouth, as I am trying to do today, that this song may be a witness for Yahweh against the children of Israel. We're not bringing these words out to witness for our brothers in the vanity that they do. We're bringing these words out to witness for our Creator, to let the world know that Yahweh is righteous. Even though you find Israel in the valley of dry bones, Yahweh is righteous. They are only found in the valley of dry bones because they broke his covenant. It tells us in the 19th verse, now therefore write ye this song for you, and teach it the children of Israel. Put it in their mouths, that this song may be a witness for me against the children of Israel. For when I shall have brought them into the land, your dwellings, all of them, which I swear unto their fathers, that floweth with milk and honey, and they shall have eaten and filled themselves. Yesharon is the chosen. Yesharon was chosen to be Yahweh's servant. Moses had to go and tell Pharaoh to let Yesharon go, that he may serve me. That is the name, the poetic name that Yahweh put upon the children of Israel. Thus, we're going to find out later on in this presentation, but we're going to speak on it right now. According to the 20th verse, it says, and they shall have eaten and filled themselves and waxen fat. And that's exactly what Israel did. And that's why you find in the next chapter the 32nd chapter, the 15th verse, that Yasharon waxed it fat and kicked. It is only talking about Israel. And this waxing fat was prophetically told Moses that it was going to happen after you die. Then, the last sentence of the 20th verse, then will they turn into other gods and serve them and provoke me and what? Break my covenant. And it shall come to pass when many evils and troubles are befallen them, that this song shall testify against them as a witness, as we are using it today, to show that Israel is not under the covenant of the law, nor any of the feast days of Yahweh. It says that this song shall testify against them as a witness, for it shall not be forgotten out of the mouths of their seed. For I know their imagination, which they go about, even now, before I have brought them into the land which I swear. And that is the only dwellings of Israel, the land that Yahweh has swear. The last two verses, it says, Moses therefore wrote this song the same day and taught it the children of Israel. And he gave Joshua, the son of Nun, a charge and said, be strong and of a good courage, for thou shalt bring the children of Israel into the land, their dwellings, which I swear unto them, and I will be with thee. And this great man, Joshua, the son of Nun, was the man that was commissioned to divide the land of promise to the children of Israel. He was the one that gave them all their dwellings. So anytime you confused, anytime your teachers and them have lied, all you got to do is read the book of Joshua. I think you want to start around the 14th chapter, and it will show Joshua giving the dwellings to the 9.5 tribes. And the reason why it's only 9.5 tribes is because before Moses died, he gave 2.5 tribes their dwelling places, which was on the other side of Jordan. That consists of all the Israelites' dwellings, not wherever they find themselves. That was never promised. Let us turn our Holy Scriptures to the first chapter of Ezekiel. The first chapter of Ezekiel. And bear with your brother, because I got a lot of reading to do, and I understand that it's mandatory that I do it, because as I stated, I was also in these classes, and I know what was taught. I know what was skipped over and why it was skipped over. Well, we're not skipping over it. We're going to make sure you see it before we get to the valley of dry bones. Ezekiel, the very first chapter, denotes the very first vision and dream that Ezekiel dreamed. And it was a holy revelation. It tells us in Ezekiel, the first chapter, the first verse. Now it came to pass in the 13th year in the 4th month, in the 5th day of the month, as I was among the captives, or among the captivity, by the river of Shebar, that the heavens were opened, and I saw visions of Elohim. And the 5th day, on the 5th day of the month, which was the 5th year of King Jehoiakim captivity, the word of Yahweh came expressly into Ezekiel, the priest, the son of Buzi, in the land of the Chaldeans, by the river Shebar. And the hand of Yahweh was there upon him. And I looked, and behold, a whirlwind came out of the north, a great cloud, and a fire enfolding itself, and a brightness was about it, and out of the midst thereof, as the color of amber, out of the midst of the fire. Also out of the midst thereof came the likeness of 4 living creatures, and this was their appearance. They had the likeness of a man, and everyone had 4 faces, and everyone had 4 wings, and their feet were straight feet, and the sole of their feet were like the sole of a calf foot, and they sprinkled like the color of burnished brass. They sparkle like the color of burnished brass. And they had the hands of a man under their wings, on their 4 sides. And they 4 had their faces and their wings. Their wings were joined one to another. They turned not when they went. They went every one straight forward. As for the likeness of their faces, they 4 had the face of a man, and the face of a lion on the right side. And they 4 had the face of an ox on the left side. They 4 also had the face of an eagle. Thus were their faces, and their wings were stretched upward. 2 wings of every one were joined one to another, and 2 covered their bodies. And they went every one straight forward, whither the Spirit was to go. They went, and they turned not when they went. As for the likeness of the living creatures, their appearance was like burning coals of fire, and like the appearance of lamps. It went up and down among the living creatures, and the fire was bright, and out of the fire went forth lightning. And the living creatures ran and returned as the appearance of a flash of lightning. Now, as I beheld the living creatures, behold, one wheel upon the earth by the living creatures with his 4 faces. The appearance of the wheels and their works was like unto the color of a beryl, and they 4 had one likeness, and their appearance and their work was as it were a wheel in the middle of a wheel. This is a vision, remember. When they went upon their 4 sides, and they turned not when they went. As for their rings, they were so high that they were dreadful, and their rings were full of eyes round about them 4. And when the living creature went, the wheels went by them, and when the living creatures were lifted up, from the earth, the wheels were lifted up. Whithersoever the Spirit was to go, they went. Tighter was their spirit to go, and the wheels were lifted up over against them. For the spirit of the living creatures was in the wheels. Please take note of this vision. When those went, these went. And when those stood, these stood. And when those were lifted up from the earth, the wheels were lifted up over against them. For the spirit of the living creature was in the wheels. And the likeness of the firmament upon the heads of the living creatures was as the color of the terrible crystal, stretched forth over their heads above. And under the firmament was their wings, straight, and one toward the other. Every one had two, which covered on their side, and every one had two, which covered on that side, their bodies. And when they went, I heard the noise of their wings, like the noise of a great waters, as the voice of the Almighty, the voice of speech, as the noise of an host. When they stood, they let down their wings. And there was a voice from the firmament that was over their heads when they stood, and had let down their wings. And above the firmament that was over their head was like the likeness of a throne, as the appearance of a sapphire stone. And upon the likeness of the throne was the likeness as the appearance of a man above upon it. And I saw as the color of amber, as the appearance of fire round about within it, from the appearance of his lions even upward, and from the appearance of his lions even downward. I saw as it were the appearance of fire, and it had brightness round about, as the appearance of the bow that is in the cloud in the day of rain. So was the appearance of the brightness round about. This was the appearance. Please take note. This was the appearance of the likeness of the glory of Yahweh. And this denoted the likeness of Yahweh that was revealed to the great prophet priest Ezekiel by way of a vision. It's still, even though we're reading all these things, it still denoted, as it reads in the last sentence of the 28th verse, this was the appearance of the likeness of the glory of Yahweh. And when I saw it, I fell upon my face, and I heard a voice of one that speaks. And this is what was said to this man that's going to give us an allegorical view of the valley of dry bones. It tells us in the 2nd chapter, the very first verse, and he said unto me, Son of man, stand upon thy feet, because after seeing all that, you can probably fall out. But it lets us know that he fell upon his face. So he's telling him, Son of man, stand upon thy feet, and I will speak unto thee. And the Spirit, and note how many times you find the word Spirit from the 1st chapter to where we at now in the 2nd chapter, the 2nd verse. And the Spirit entered into me when he speak into me. and set me upon my feet. And I heard him that speak unto me. And he said unto me, Son of man, I send thee to the children of Israel, to a rebellious nation that have rebelled against me. They and their fathers have transgressed it against me, even unto this very day. And note, when I bring these things out about the prophet and the priest Ezekiel, note the visions that is revealed to them. And none of those visions denote Israel being a totally dead nation. There is going to not be not one vision that denotes that the Israelites are totally dead. So when we understand that and get to the 37th chapter and we read as if they are dead, we should understand that they are not. It is just the vision that was shown to the great prophet and priest Ezekiel. And even in that vision, it is interpreted to allow us to know that. We'll get there when we get there. Right now, we should find ourselves still in Ezekiel, the 2nd chapter, the 3rd verse. And it reads, And he said unto me, Son of man, I send thee to the children of Israel, to a rebellious nation that have rebelled against me. They and their fathers have transgressed against me, even into this very day. For they are impotent children and stiff-hearted. I do send thee into them, not dead people, but alive people that are impotent and stiff-hearted, that have transgressed it and rebelled. It tells us in the 5th verse, and they, whether they will hear or whether they will forbear, for they are a rebellious house, yet shall know that there have been a prophet among them. And thy, son of man, be not afraid of them, neither be afraid of their words. Though briars and thorns be with thee, and thy does dwell among scorpions, be not afraid of their words, nor be dismayed at their looks. Though they be a rebellious house, not a dead house, a rebellious house. And thou shalt speak my words into them, whether they will hear or whether they will forbear. For they are most rebellious. But thy, son of man, hear what I say unto thee. Be not thy rebellious like that rebellious house. Open thy mouth and eat that I give thee. And when I looked, behold, a hand was sent into me, and lo, a roll of a book was therein. And these words is going to denote the vision when we get to the valley of dry bones. And he spread it before me, and it was written therein and without. And there was written, please take note, therein lamentations and mourning and woe. The 3rd chapter tells us, moreover, he said unto me, Son of man, eat that thou findest, eat this roll, and go speak into the house of Israel. So when a prophet prophesies, he prophesies of that which Yahweh sent him to tell the people. The things, the prophecies come to life. And we're going to find what was read and or said in Ezekiel 37 denotes these woes, these lamentations, and this mourning, based on them being a rebellious house and based on them not taking heed to the prophets that was raised up early and sent. Thus, these woes, these lamentations, and these mourning befell them, to where they're going to find themselves out of the land of the living, in the land of the dead, walking around like the living dead. Thus it tells us in the second verse, so I opened my mouth, and he caused me to eat that roll. And he said unto me, Son of man, cause thy belly to eat, and fill thy bowels with this roll that I gave thee, or that I give thee. Then did I eat it, and it was in my mouth as honey for sweetness. And he said unto me, Son of man, go, get thee into the house of Israel, and speak with my words unto them. For thou art not sent to a people of a strange speech and of an hard language, but to the house of Israel. Not to many people of a strange speech and of a hard language, whose words thou cannot understand. Surely, had I sent thee to them, they would have hearkened unto thee. But the house of Israel will not hearken unto thee, for they will not hearken unto me. For all the house of Israel are impotent and hard-hearted, not dead. It says, for all the house of Israel are impotent and hard-hearted, not dead. The 8th verse reads, Behold, I have made thy face strong against their faces, and thy forehead strong against their foreheads. As impotent, harder than flint, have I made thy forehead. Fear them not, neither be dismayed at their looks, though they be a rebellious house. Moreover, he said unto me, Son of man, all my words that I shall speak into thee, receive in thy heart. And I'm taking us here to let you know not just the vision that we're going to find in Ezekiel 37, but all the visions that Yahweh revealed into the great prophet and priest Ezekiel was for him to take in and to prophesy against the rebellious house of Israel. And it wasn't to a dead house. It tells us, I think I left off the 7th verse, picking up at the 8th verse. No, picking up at the 10th verse. Moreover, he said unto me, Son of man, all my words that I shall speak unto thee, receive in thy heart, and hear with thy ears, and go get thee to them of the captivity, and to the children of thy people. No, even though they're in captivity, they are not known as being dead, but that is their grave. It says, and speak unto them, and tell them, thus saith Yahweh Elohim, whether they will hear or whether they will forbear. Then the Spirit took me up, and I heard behind me a voice of a great rushing, saying, Blessed be the glory of Yahweh from his place. I heard also the noise of the wings of the first vision that's found in the first chapter. It says, I heard also the noise of the wings of the living creatures that touch one another, and the noise of the wheels over against them, and a noise of a great rushing. So the Spirit lifted me up and took me away, and I went in bitterness in the heat of my spirit. But the hand of Yahweh was strong upon me. Then I came to them of the captivity at Tel Aviv that dwelt by the river of Shabar, and I sat where they sat, and remained there astonished among them 7 days. And it came to pass at the end of the 7 days that the word of Yahweh came into me, saying, Son of man, I have made thee a watchman into the house of Israel. Therefore hear the words at my mouth, and give them warning from me. Then I said, when I say unto the wicked, thou shalt surely die, and thou give him not warning, nor speak to warn the wicked from his wicked way, to what? To save his life, the same wicked man shall die in his iniquity, but his blood will I require at thy hand. Yet if thou warn the wicked, and he turn not from his wickedness, nor from his wicked ways, he shall die in his iniquity, but thou hast delivered thy soul. Again, when a righteous man does turn from his righteousness and commit iniquity, and I lay a stumbling block before him, he shall die, because thou hast not given him warning. He shall die in his sin, and his righteousness which he hath done shall not be remembered, but his blood will I require at thy hand. Nevertheless, if thou warn the righteous man that the righteous sin not, and he does not sin, he shall surely live, because he is warned. Also thou hast delivered thy soul. It tells us in the 22nd verse, and the hand of Yahweh was there upon me, and he said unto me, Arise, go forth into the plain, and I will there talk with thee. Then I arose and went forth into the plain, and behold, the glory of Yahweh stood there, as the glory which I saw by the river of Shabar, and I fell on my face. Then the Spirit entered into me, and set me upon my feet, and spake with me, and said unto me, Go, shut thyself within thy house. But thou, O son of man, behold, they shall put bands upon thee, and shall bind thee with them, and thou shalt not go out among them. And I will make thy tongue cleave to the roof of thy mouth, that thou shalt be dumb, and shall not be to them a reprover, for they are a rebellious house. And this allows us to know, for us to reprove our brothers, we got to open our mouth. You can't reprove your brother by not telling him what he is doing wrong. But it allows us to know during this time he was not to be a reprover, for Yahweh made the tongue cleave into the roof of his mouth, where he was not to reprove them, for they are a rebellious house. But when I speak with thee, now when I tell you to say something, then I'm going to open your mouth. That will be the only way that you can reprove them. Thus it says in the 27th verse, but when I speak with thee, I will open thy mouth, and thou shalt say unto them, thus said Yahweh Elohim. He that hear, let him hear. And he that forbears, let him forbear. For they are a rebellious house. If we take a look at the 8th chapter, this is the second vision. Before we get up to the vision of Valley of Dry Bones. And I decided to go this route. These are the acceptable words I decided to use. Hopefully it will allow you to see that the vision that was displayed to Ezekiel is the vision about the same people that he had to preach to and prophesy to from the 1st chapter to the 39th chapter. Thus, it tells us in Ezekiel, the 8th chapter, the very 1st verse. And it reads, and it came to pass in the 6th year, in the 6th month, in the 5th day of the month, as I sat in my house, and the elders of Yehudah sat before me, that the hand of Yahweh Elohim fell there upon me. Then I beheld, and lo, a likeness, as the appearance of fire, from the appearance of his lions, even downward fire, and from his lions even upward, as the appearance of brightness, as the color of amber. And he put forth the form of an hand, and took me by my locks of my head, and the Spirit lifted me up between the earth and the heaven, and brought me in the vision of Elohim to Jerusalem, to the door of the inner gate that looked toward the north, where was the seat of the image of jealousy, which provoked to jealousy. And behold, the glory of Elohim of Israel was there, according to the vision that I saw in the plain. Then said he unto me, Son of man, lift up thy eyes now the way toward the north. So I lifted up my eyes the way toward the north, and behold, northward at the gate of the altar, this image of jealousy in the entry. He said furthermore unto me, Son of man, see thou not what they do, even the great abominations that the house of Israel commit here, that I should go far off from my sanctuary? But turn thee yet again, and thou shalt see greater abominations. And he brought me to the door of the court. And when I looked, behold, a hole in the wall. Then said he unto me, Son of man, dig now in the wall. And when I had digged in the wall, behold, a door. And he said unto me, Go in, and behold the wicked abominations that they do here. So I went in and saw, and behold, every form of creeping things, and the abominable beasts, and all the idols of the house of Israel, portrayed upon the wall round about. And there stood before them 70 men of the ancient of the house of Israel. And in the midst of them stood Yazaniah, the son of Shaphan, with every man his censer in his hand. And a thick cloud of incense went up. Then said he unto me, Son of man, hast thou seen what the ancient of the house of Israel do in the dark? every man in the chambers of his imagery, for they say, Yahweh see us not. Yahweh hath forsaken the earth. And that was the mindset of the rebellious. He said also unto me, turn thee yet again, and thou shalt see greater abominations that they do. Then he brought me to the door of the gate of the Yahweh's house, which was toward the north. And behold, there sat women weeping for Tasmas. Then said he unto me, hast thou seen this, O son of man? Turn thee yet again, and thou shalt see greater abomination than these. And he brought me into the inner court of the Yahweh's house. And behold, at the door of the temple of Yahweh, between the porch and the altar, were about 25 men, with their backs toward the temple of Yahweh, and their face toward the east. And they worship the sun toward the east. And a lot of times I tell people, be careful with you turning to the east and all that, with your brothers telling you you under the law and misconstruing 1 Kings, because you might be serving the sun god that they were serving. It tells us, and their face toward the east, and they worship the sun toward the east. The 17th verse. Then he said unto me, hast thou seen this, O son of man? Is it a light thing to the house of Yehuda that they commit the abominations which they have committed here? For they have filled the land with violence, and have returned to provoke me to anger. And lo, they put the branch to their nose. Therefore will I also deal in fury. My eyes shall not spare, neither will I have pity. And though they cry in my ears with a loud voice, yet will I not hear them, as it read in Deuteronomy, the 31st chapter. I will leave off with those two visions and pick straight up to the woe. And let's go back to the 7th chapter. The 7th chapter of Ezekiel. And I want to read the 7th chapter of Ezekiel. I will read the 16th chapter of Ezekiel. And I will read the 20th chapter of Ezekiel before we go to Ezekiel, the 37th chapter. For these chapters that I'm bringing forth is showing you the woe. They're showing you the mourning. They're showing you the lamentation that will cause the Israelites to find themselves in the graves of their enemies, meaning in the land of their enemies, walking around like a bunch of dead men walking. And it puts us in the mind of how we walk today. A bunch of dead men walking without the Spirit of Yahweh. Thus it tells us in Ezekiel, the 7th chapter. And this is one of the prophecies that Ezekiel had to prophesy to the children of Israel about the judgment of their doings. Thus it tells us in the very first verse. Moreover, the word of Yahweh came unto me, saying, also, thy son of man, thus said the Master Elohim, into the land, and note, into the land of Israel. And the end is come upon the four corners of the land. Now is the end come upon thee, and I will send my anger upon thee, and will judge thee according to thy ways, and will recompense upon thee all thy abominations. And my eyes shall not spare thee, neither will I have pity, but I will recompense thy ways upon thee. And note, the Almighty is never recompensing his ways upon you. Every time there is a recompense, it is based on your ways and your doings and your sayings. Thus it reads, but I will recompense thy ways upon thee, and thy abominations shall be in the midst of thee. And ye shall know that I am Yahweh. Thus said Yahweh Elohim, and evil, excuse me, y'all, it says in the 5th verse, thus said Yahweh Elohim, and evil, and only evil shall come. An end is come. The end is come. It watched for thee. Behold, it is come. The morning is come into thee, O thy that dwell in the land. The time is come. The day of trouble is near, and not the sounding again of the mountains. Now will I shortly pour out my fury upon thee, and accomplish my anger upon thee, and I will judge thee according to thy ways, and will recompense thee for all thy abominations. And my eye shall not spare, neither will I have pity. I will recompense thee according to thy ways and thy abominations that are in the midst of thee. And ye shall know that I am Yahweh that smiteth. Behold the day, behold it is come, the morning is gone forth, the rod hath bosom, pride hath budded, violence is risen up into a rod of wickedness. None of them shall remain, nor of their multitude, nor of any of theirs, neither shall there be wailing for them. The time is come, the day draw near. Let not the buyer rejoice, nor the seller mourns, for wrath is upon all the multitude thereof. For the seller shall not return to that which is sold, although they were yet alive, for the vision is touching the whole multitude thereof, which shall not return. Neither shall any strengthen himself in the iniquity of his life. They have blown the trumpet, even to make all ready, but none goes to the battle. For my wrath is upon all the multitude thereof. The sword is without, the pestilence and the famine within. He that is in the field shall die with the sword, and he that is in the city famine, and the pestilence shall devour him. But they that escape of them shall escape, and shall be on the mountains like doves of the valleys, all of them mourning, every one for his iniquity. All hands shall be feeble, and all knees shall be weak as water. They ain't dead, but their hands going to be feeble, and their knees going to be weak as water. They shall also gird themselves with sackcloth, and horror shall cover them, and shame shall be upon all faces, and baldness upon all their heads, but they ain't dead. They shall cast their silver in the streets, and their gold shall be removed. Their silver and their gold shall not be able to deliver them in the day of the wrath of Yahweh. They shall not satisfy their souls, neither fill their bowels, because it is the stumbling block of their iniquity. As for the beauty of his ornament, he set it in majesty. But they made the image of their abomination and of their detestable things therein. Therefore have I set it far from them. And I will give it into the bands or the hands of the strangers for a prey, and to the wicked of the earth for a spoil, and they shall pollute it. My face will I turn also from them, and they shall pollute my secret place, for the robbers shall enter into it and defile it. Make a chain, for the land is full of bloody crimes, and the city is full of violence. Wherefore I will bring the worst of the heathen, and they shall possess their houses. I will also make the pomp of the strong to cease, and their holy places shall be defiled. Destruction comes, and they shall seek peace, and there shall be none. Mischief shall come upon mischief, and rumor shall be upon rumor. Then shall they seek a vision of the prophet, but the law shall perish from the priest, and counsel from the ancients. The king shall mourn, and the prince shall be clothed with desolation, and the hands of the people of the land shall be troubled. I will do unto them after their way, and according to their deserts will I judge them, and they shall know that I am Yahweh. Let us go to the 20th chapter of Ezekiel. The 20th chapter of Ezekiel. Excuse me, I want to pick up at the 16th chapter of Ezekiel, and let's pick up at the 35th verse. Ezekiel, the 16th chapter, the 35th verse, before we go to the 20th chapter of Ezekiel. We're going to Ezekiel, the 16th chapter, the 35th verse, and it reads, continuing with the lamentation, the woe in the morning, that allows us to know how Israel will wind up being a valley of dry bones that need the spirit of the living Elohim put back into them. It tells us in the 35th verse of the 16th chapter of Ezekiel, and it reads, wherefore a harlot hear the word of Yahweh, calling Israel a harlot. The 36th verse, thus said Yahweh Elohim, because thy filthiness was poured out, and thy nakedness discovered through thy whoredoms with thy lovers, and with all the idols of thy abomination, and by the blood of thy children, which thou did give unto them. Behold, therefore, will I gather all thy lovers with whom thou hast taken pleasure, and all them that thou hast loved, with all them that thou hast hated, I will even gather them around about against thee, and will discover thy nakedness into them, that they may see all thy nakedness. And I will judge thee as women that break wedlock and shed blood are judged. And I will give thee blood and fury and jealousy. And I will also give thee into their hands, and they shall throw down thy intimate places, and shall break down thy high places. They shall strip thee also of thy clothes, and shall take thy fair jewels, and leave thee naked and bare. They shall also bring up a company against thee, and they shall stone thee with stones, and thrust thee through with their swords, and they shall burn thy houses with fire, and execute judgment upon thee in the sight of many women, and I will cause thee to cease from playing the harlot, and thy also shall give no hire anymore. So will I make my fury toward thee to rest, and my jealousy shall depart from thee. And I will be quiet and will be no more angry, because thou hast not remembered the days of thy youth, but hast flattered me in all these things. Behold, therefore, I also will recompense thy way upon thy head, said Yahweh Elohim, and thou shalt not commit this lawlessness above all thy abominations. Behold, everyone that use proverbs shall use this proverb against thee, saying, as is the mother, so is her daughter. Thou art thy mother's daughter that lost her husband and her children, and thou art the sister of thy sisters, which lost their husband and their children. Your mother was a Hittite, and your father an Amorite. And thy elder sister is Samaria, she and her daughters that dwell at thy left hand, and thy younger sister that dwell at thy right hand is Sodom and her daughter. Yet hast thou not walked after their ways, nor done after their abominations, but as if that were a very little thing, thou was corrupted more than they in all thy ways. As I live, said Yahweh Elohim, Sodom, thy sister, which denotes Yehuda, have not done, she's nor her daughter, as thou hast done, thy and thy daughters. Behold, this was the iniquity of thy sister Sodom. Pride, filth, fullness of bread, and abundance of idleness was in her and in her daughters. Neither did she strengthen the hand of the poor and needy. And they were haughty and committed the abominations before me. Therefore I took them away as I saw good. Neither has Samaria committed half of thy sins, but thou hast multiplied thy abominations more than they, and has justified thy sister in all thy abominations which thou hast done. Thou also, which has judged thy sister, bear thy own shame for thy sins, that thou hast committed more abominable than they. They are more righteous than thou. Yea, be thou confounded also, and bear thy shame, in that thou hast justified thy sister. When I shall bring again their captivity, the captivity of Sodom and her daughters, and the captivity of Samaria and her daughters, then will I bring again the captivity of the captives in the midst of them, that thou mayest bear thy own shame, and mayest be confounded in all that thou hast done, and that thou art a comfort unto them. When thy sister Sodom and her daughters shall return to their former estate, and Samaria and her daughter, which denotes the north, shall return to their former state, then thou and thy daughters shall return to your former state. For thy sister Sodom was not mentioned by thy mouth in the day of thy pride. Before thy wickedness was discovered, as at the time of thy reproach of the daughters of Syria and all that are round about her, the daughters of the Philistines, which despise thee round about. Thou hast borne the lawlessness and thy abominations, said Yahweh. For thus said Yahweh Elohim, I will even deal with thee as thou hast done, which has despised the oath and breaking the covenant. Nevertheless, I will remember my covenant with thee in the days of thy youth, and I will establish unto thee an everlasting covenant. Then thou shalt remember thy ways, and be ashamed when thou shalt receive thy sisters, thy elder and thy younger, and I will give them unto thee for daughters, but not by thy covenant. And I will establish my covenant with thee, and thou shalt know that I am Yahweh, that thou mayest remember and be confounded, and never open thy mouth any more because of thy shame, when I am sufficed toward thee for all that thou hast done, said Yahweh Elohim. Now let's turn to the 20th chapter of Ezekiel. And what we find in the 20th chapter of Ezekiel is the same prophetic messages. And here is a time that Yahweh had opened Ezekiel's mouth, because the elders are coming to inquire of him about Yahweh, because we got to remember what has been done. Yahweh have told Ezekiel to prophesy to them that he will hide his face. He will not hear their prayer, and he have not heard their prayer, nor have he turned his face toward them. Thus, the 20th chapter, the first verse. And it reads, And it came to pass in the 7th year, in the 5th month, the 10th day of the month, that certain of the elders of Israel came to inquire of Yahweh, and sat before me. Then came the word of Yahweh unto me, saying, no, then came the word, because Yahweh told him, I think it was in the 3rd chapter, that he was going to cleave his tongue to his root of his mouth, and he would be dumb where he can't speak to them, unless Yahweh had wanted to say something to the people. Then he will open his mouth. Thus it reads in the 2nd verse, Then came the word of Yahweh unto me, saying, Son of man, speak unto the elders of Israel, and say unto them, Thus said Yahweh Elohim, Are ye come to inquire of me? As I live, said Yahweh Elohim, I will not be inquired of by you. Will thou judge them, son of man? Will thou judge them? Cause them to know the abominations of their fathers. And we did so far. We done took you to a couple places showing the abominations that they committed that caused them to be, or caused them to get scattered into their enemies' lands, being there for a long time, becoming dry bones in hope and spirit. Thus it tells us in the 5th verse, and say unto them, Thus said Yahweh Elohim, in the day when I chose Israel and lifted up my hand unto the seed of the house of Jacob, and made myself known unto them in the land of Egypt, when I lift up my hand unto them, saying, I am Yahweh your Elohim. In the day that I lifted up my hand unto them to bring them forth out of the land of Egypt into a land that I had espied for them, which denotes all of their dwellings, flowing with milk and honey, which is the glory of all lands. Then said I unto them, cast ye away every man the abomination of his eyes, and defile not yourselves with the idols of Egypt. I am Yahweh your Elohim. But they rebelled against me, and would not hearken unto me. They did not every man cast away the abomination of their eyes, neither did they forsake the idols of Egypt. Then I said, I will pour out my fury upon them, to accomplish my anger against them in the midst of the land of Egypt. But I wrought for my name's sake, that it should not be polluted, that before the heathen, among whom they were, in whose sight I made myself known. And please take note of this verse, because this verse allows you to know when you find yourself in captivity, you are defiled and you are a sign of profanement against Yahweh's name. As we just read, it says again, but I wrought for my name's sake. The Almighty is going to deliver you for his name's sake, not because of your reenactment, not because you playing holy in a defiled land. It says, but I wrought for my name's sake, that it should not be polluted before the heathen, among whom they were, in whose sight I made myself known unto them. How? And bringing them forth out the land of Egypt. Wherefore I caused them to go forth out the land of Egypt, and brought them into the wilderness. Please take note that your brother ain't lied. We just spoke on the Feast of Tabernacles, and your brother boldly stated that they received the Feast of Tabernacles in the wilderness. Well, in the 10th verse of the 20th chapter of Ezekiel, it says, wherefore I caused them to go forth out of the land of Egypt, and brought them into the wilderness. And then what did you do? The 11th verse reads, and I gave them my statutes. So if your teacher lied to you and used this Psalms 81 and said that this is a proof that the Israelites kept the laws in Egypt, well, this reproves them and makes them a liar. For it says, and I gave them my statutes and showed them my judgments, which if a man do, please take note, the Israelites was never just to say the words, they were to live the words. It says, which if a man do, he shall even live in them. Moreover, not just that, it says, moreover, also I gave them my Sabbaths. Where? In the wilderness. To be a sign between me and them, that they might know, believe, and understand that I am Yahweh that sanctified them. Well, hold on. So those acts that we just read about denote sanctification. So if you're not under those acts, how can you be set apart today? How can you call yourself sanctified? You're not. It continued to tell us in the 13th verse, but the house of Israel rebelled against me in the wilderness. They walked not in my statutes. Not in captivity they rebelled against me, but in the wilderness, when I made those laws and statutes and judgments known to them. But the house of Israel rebelled against me in the wilderness. They walk not in my statutes. They despise my judgment, which if a man do, he shall even live in them. And my Sabbaths they greatly polluted. And we got testimonies where they polluted it, in the wilderness. Then I said, I will pour out my fury upon them in the wilderness to consume them. But I wrought for my name's sake, and that's why he will deliver us. When he deliver us, it will not be for our righteousness. It will not be for our reenactment. It will only be for his name's sake. Thus, it reads again in the 14th verse, but I wrought for my name's sake, that it shall not be polluted before the heathen. It is polluted today because we find ourselves in the midst of the heathen. And as long as we are in the midst of the heathen, Yahweh's name is polluted. Yahweh's name is forsaken. Yahweh's name is being belittled because the enemy is saying that he could not save us. He only brought us out to kill us. Y'all don't even know how the enemies think. You walking around here acting like you holier than I, and the enemy laughing at you. Don't forget the psalm where it says, call on your God to revenge the blood of those we killing. So when we find ourselves in captivity, it is a profanement toward the name of Yahweh. Not just his name, but his fame. Because they heard and they seen how Yahweh brought Israel out of Egypt. And while that's on my mind, just hold this page right quick. Even though we're going to deal with it again, let me show you something that was said by Moses in Exodus, the 32nd chapter. Just hold this page and let me go there real quick. And it tells us in Exodus, the 32nd chapter, after the Israelites rebelled against their Creator, while Moses was up getting the 10 Commandments, they seduced Aaron to make a golden calf for them. Well, after he made the golden calf and Yahweh sent Moses down from the mount, Yahweh said he was going to kill them because they quickly forgot him. Well, look what Moses said in the 10th and 11th verse. It reads, now therefore let me alone. This is Yahweh speaking. Now therefore let me alone, that my wrath may wax hot against them, and that I may consume them, and I will make of thee a great nation. And Moses besought Yahweh, his Elohim, and said, Yahweh, why does thy wrath wax hot against thy people, which thou hast brought forth out the land of Egypt, with great power and with a mighty hand? And then the 12th verse says this, wherefore should the Egyptians speak? And that's how they speak today, because the Americans and the other nations abroad have the chosen people in their hands. So it says, wherefore should the Egyptians speak and say, for mischief did he bring them out? So the enemy says, for mischief he brought them out, to slay them in the mountains and to consume them from the face of the earth. Turn from thy fierce wrath and repent of the evil against thy people. Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, thy servant, to whom thou swearest by thy own self, and said unto them, I will multiply your seed as the stars of heaven, and all his land that I have spoken, and all this land that I have spoken of will I give to your seed, which denotes all of your dwellings. it says, and they shall inherit it forever. And Yahweh repented of the evil which he thought to do unto his people, because he know that his name is being profaned. If I go ahead and kill them all, and that's a good point to remember. That's a good point to remember when we get to Ezekiel 37. Because in no way, shape, form, or fashion will Yahweh kill all the people. Because of what he had promised his friend Abraham, his son Isaac, and his grandson Jacob. So they can't be all dead. He will never kill his inheritance. He will never kill that which he has chosen, and he will never kill the seed of his friend Abraham. So when they find their butts in the land of the enemy, it is a profanement against the great name of Yahweh because of what Yahweh did when he brought them out of Egypt. Thus, we should be back in the 20th chapter of Ezekiel. And the 14th verse again, it says, but I wrought for my name's sake, that it shall not be polluted before the heathen, in whose sight I brought them out. Yet also I lifted up my hand unto them in the wilderness, that I would not bring them into the land which I had given them, flowing with milk and honey, which is the glory of all lands, because they despised my judgments, and walked not in my statutes, but polluted my Sabbaths, for their heart went after their idols. Nevertheless, my eye spared them from destroying them, neither did I make an end of them in the wilderness, nor will he make an end of Israel in the land of their captivity. For his holy name's sake. Not because you righteous, but because he is righteous. The 18th verse reads, but I said unto their children in the wilderness, walk ye not in the statutes of your fathers, neither observe their judgments, nor defile yourself with their idols. I am Yahweh, your Elohim. Walk in my statutes and keep my judgments and do them. And hallow, sanctify, consecrate my Sabbaths. And note, Sabbaths. And they shall be, they, not one, they shall be a sign between me and you, that ye may know that I am Yahweh your Elohim. Notwithstanding, the children rebelled against me. They walked not in my statutes, neither kept my judgments to do them, which if a man do, he shall even live in them. Today you live in the statutes, the ordinances, the laws of your enemy. You live in them every day. They direct your every move and your every step of life in this land. You readily hurry up and say that you're under the covenant of the law, but the law that you live therein each and every day is your enemy's law. Just like you would if you were under Yahweh's law in the land. It continues to tell us I think I might have left off, sorry about that, I missed my spot. I think it was the 19th verse. And I am Yahweh your Elohim, walk in my statutes and keep my judgment and do them, and hallow my Sabbaths. and they shall be a sign between me and you, that ye may know that I am Yahweh your Elohim. The 21st verse. Notwithstanding the children rebelled against me. They walked not in my statutes, neither kept my judgments to do them. Which if a man do, he shall even live in them. They polluted my Sabbaths. Then I said, I will pour out my fury upon them, to accomplish my anger against them in the wilderness. Nevertheless, I withdrew my hand and wrath for my name's sake, that it shall not be polluted in the sight of the heathen, in whose sight I brought them forth. I lifted up my hand unto them also in the wilderness, that I would scatter them among the heathen, and disperse them through the countries. And that's how they wind up being dispersed when you get up to Ezekiel, the 37th chapter. It says in the 24th verse, because they had not executed my judgments, but had despised my statutes, and had polluted my Sabbaths, and their eyes were after their fathers' idols. Wherefore I gave them also statutes that were not good, and judgments whereby they should not live. And I polluted them in their own gifts, in that they caused to pass through the fire all that opened the womb, that I might make them desolate to the end, that they might know that I am Yahweh. Therefore, son of man, speak into the house of Israel, and say unto them, and this is the same Ezekiel that's going to speak to the bones in the 37th chapter. He's still speaking to some living people. It says, and say unto them, thus said Yahweh Elohim, yet in this your fathers have blasphemed me, in that they have committed a trespass against me. For when I have brought them into the land, for the which I lift up my hand to give it into them, which denotes all of their dwellings, then they saw every high hill and all the thick trees, and they offered there their sacrifices, and there they presented the provocation of their offerings, as it reads and as it denotes in Isaiah, the 1st chapter. There also they made their sweet Savior, and poured out their drink offerings. Then I said unto them, what is the high place wherein ye go? And the name thereof is called Bama, and to this day. Wherefore say unto the house of Israel, thus said Yahweh Elohim, are ye polluted after the manner of your fathers, and commit ye whoredom after their abominations? For when ye offered your gifts, when ye make your sons to pass through the fire, ye pollute yourselves with all your idols, even unto this day. And shall I be inquired of by you, O house of Israel? As I live, said Yahweh Elohim, I will not be inquired of by you, and that which come into your mind shall not be at all, that ye say, we will be as the heathen, as the families of the countries, to serve wood and stone. Then it kick in and says, as I live, said Yahweh Elohim, surely with a mighty hand, and with a stretched out arm, and with fury poured out, will I rule over you. And that's exactly what he did when the children of Israel went into Babylon. The latter part lets us know how the Almighty brought us out, and I'll say that for when the dry bones has the Spirit put back into them, then these latter verses come to pass. One more place I would like to go real quick is the 23rd chapter. The 23rd chapter. And what we find in the 23rd chapter If we pick up at the 36th verse, another judgment that was laid upon the two sisters, and the two sisters only denote Israel and Yehuda. It tells us in the 23rd chapter, the 36th verse. And Yahweh said, moreover, unto me, Son of man, wilt thou judge Ahala and Ahalabah? Yea, declare unto them their abominations, that they have committed adultery, and blood is in their hands, and with their idols have they committed adultery, and have also caused their sons, whom they bared into me, to pass for them through the fire to devour them. Moreover, this they have done unto me. They have defiled my sanctuary in the same day, and have profaned my Sabbaths. For when they had slain their children to their idols, then they came the same day into my sanctuary to profane it. And lo, thus have they done in the midst of my house. And furthermore, that ye have sent for men to come from far, and to whom a messenger was sent. And lo, they came, for whom thou did wash thyself, paintest thy eyes, and deckest thyself with ornaments, and set it upon a stately bed, and a table prepared before it, whereupon thou hast set my incense and my oils. And a voice of a multitude being at ease was with her, and with the men of the common sort were brought Sabaeans from the wilderness, which put bracelets upon their hands, and beautiful crowns upon their heads. Then said I unto her that was old in adulteries, will they now commit whoredoms with her, and she with them? Yet they went into her, as they go into a woman that plays the harlot. So went they into Abilah and into Ahalabah, the laud women, and the righteous men. They shall judge them after the manner of adulteries, after the manner of a woman or women that shed blood, because they are adulterous, and blood is in their hands. For thus said Yahweh Elohim, I will bring up a company upon them, and I will give them to be removed and spoiled. You get it? They're going to be removed, taken to the enemy's lands, and spoiled it. And the company shall stone them with stones, and dispatch them with their swords. They shall slay their sons and their daughters, and burn up their houses with fire. Thus will I cause lawlessness to cease out of the land, that all women may be taught not to do after your lawlessness. And they shall recompense your lawlessness upon you, and ye shall bear the sin of your idols, and ye shall know that I am Yahweh Elohim. Let us start interpreting the valley of dry bones by us going to Ezekiel, the 36th chapter. Ezekiel, the 36th chapter. And what we find in Ezekiel, the 36th chapter, is a living prophecy, is a living word of how the future restoration of Israel will come to pass. And right after we read this living prophecy of a future restoration of Israel, the very next chapter gives us an allegory description of that same living prophecy of the future restoration of Israel. It does not change. 1 minute he is not talking to the living, and then the next chapter he's talking to the dead. He has talked to the living from the first chapter all the way up. And many of these things came by way of dream or visions. Well, let's see the vision that Ezekiel have in the 36th chapter. And it reads at the very first verse, because even though we didn't read all of the 16th chapter of Ezekiel, if we would have read it, the first 20 verses is dealing with the land. And then it goes into the north and the south, or the two sisters, or Israel, or Samaria and Yehuda. So we're going to kick that in right here in the 36th chapter by starting at the very first verse. And it reads, also, thy son of man, note, he's still being commissioned. Also, thy son of man, prophesies into the mountains of Israel, and say, ye mountains of Israel, hear the word of Yahweh. So note, he prophesies to the bones, he prophesies to the breath, he prophesies to the mountains, which denote Israel, or denote the land of Jerusalem. And all these things are being destroyed. All these things are being punished. So the prophecy, the voice, like at the beginning, Yahweh spoke everything into existence. And he got Ezekiel speaking these things into existence. Thus it tells us again in the first verse, also thy son of man, prophesies into the mountains of Israel, and say, ye mountains of Israel, hear the word of Yahweh. Thus said Master Elohim, because the enemy have said against you, aha, even the ancient high places are ours in possession. Therefore prophesy and say, thus said Yahweh Elohim, because they have made you desolate, it's talking about the land, and swallowed you up on every side, that ye might be a possession into the residue of the heathen, and ye are taken up in the lips of talkers, and are in the infirmity of the people. Therefore, ye mountains of Israel, hear the word of Yahweh Elohim. Thus said Yahweh Elohim to the mountains, and to the hills, to the rivers, and to the valleys, to the desolate wastes, and to the cities that are forsaken, which became a prey and derision to the residue of the heathens that are round about. Therefore, thus said Yahweh Elohim, surely in the fire of my jealousy have I spoken against the residue of the heathen, and against all of Adamah, which is another name for Babylon, which have appointed my land into their possessions with the joy of all their heart, with despiteful minds to cast it out for a prey. Prophesies therefore concerning the land of Israel, and say unto the mountains, and to the hills, to the rivers, and to the valleys, thus said Yahweh Elohim, behold, I have spoken in my jealousy and in my fury, because ye have borne or carried the shame of the heathen. Therefore, thus said Yahweh Elohim, I have lifted up my hand. Surely the heathen that are round about you, they shall bear their shame. But ye, O mountains of Israel, ye shall shoot forth your branches, and yield your fruit to my people of Israel, for they are at hand to come. Please take note. Circle that. Because if the 37th chapter denote the whole house of Israel being dead, why would the Almighty have Ezekiel prophesizing to the land that, again, it just said, but ye mountains of Israel, ye shall shoot forth your branches and yield your fruit to my people of Israel, for they are at hand to come. They ain't there because they find themselves in the enemy's land that the Almighty have in the 37th chapter as an allegory for grave. So they're in the grave. They're in another man's land. But he prophesies into the land that they are soon to come. They on their way when I go get them. It tells us in the 9th verse, for behold, I am for you, and I will turn into you, and ye shall be tilled and sown, no more desolate. And I will multiply men upon you, all the houses of Israel. What? It says, I will multiply men upon you, all the houses of Israel, even all of it. And the city shall be inhabited, and the wastes shall be builded. And I will multiply you, or I will multiply upon you the land, man and beast, and they shall increase. And these same promises is found in Jeremiah 31. It says, and they shall increase and bring fruit, and I will settle you after your old estate, and will do better unto you than at your beginnings. And ye shall know that I am Yahweh. Yea, I will cause men to walk upon you, even my people Israel, and they shall possess thee, and thy shall be their inheritance, their only dwelling place, and thy shall no more henceforth beweave them of men. Thus said Yahweh Elohim, because they say unto you, thy land devours up men, and has beweaved thy nations, because the Almighty promised, if you did those abominations on that land will cast you out. In the book of Leviticus, the 18th chapter and the 20th chapter, it said the land will spew you out. And that's exactly what it did. It picks up at the 14th verse, therefore thou shalt devour men no more, neither beweave thy nation anymore, said Yahweh Elohim, the 15th verse. Neither will I cause men to hear in thee the shame of the heathen anymore. Neither shall thou bear the reproach of the people anymore. Neither shall thou cause thy nations to fall anymore, said Yahweh Elohim. Now it's good to kick right into the people. Thus the 16th verse reads, moreover the word of Yahweh came unto me, saying, the word is still coming to Ezekiel. And Ezekiel had to open up his mouth. The scripture told us in the 3rd chapter that he will be prophesying to the children of Israel. He ain't taught prophesying to the dead. He was never commissioned to prophesy to the dead. He was commissioned to prophesy to the rebellious, to the hard-headed, to the hard-hearted living Israelites. Thus it tells us in the 17th verse, Son of man, when the house of Israel dwelt in their own land, which denotes all of their dwellings, they defiled it by their own way. And here it is, sisters. I said we're going to talk about what does it mean in Isaiah 1 when they talk about them doing their own ways and their Sabbaths and their new moons, where this talks about those same acts. Thus it tells us in the 17th verse, Son of man, when the house of Israel dwelt in their own land, they defiled it by their their own ways. And Israel was punished for doing their own ways. We got many warnings in the book of Proverbs to lean not upon thy own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him. We got testimony in the beginning that the world was destroyed because men's imagination was only evil. So Yahweh have always busted up men because of their own imagination and because of their own doings. Thus, it reads in its entirety, the 17th verse of Ezekiel 36, Son of man, when the house of Israel dwelt in their own land, they defiled it by their own way. What else? And by their doings. Their way was before me as the uncleanness of a removed woman. So if you read today in the book of Deuteronomy, the 14th chapter, the 21st verse to the 29th verse, and you say, well, we can pay tithes every week. That saying is equivalent to the uncleanness of a removed woman. You get it? It is nasty. It is filthy. It is unclean. The 18th verse reads, wherefore I poured my fury upon them for the blood that they have shed upon the land, killing all them babies. Got your babies walking through the fire because you believe in a deity. And for their idols wherewith they had polluted it. The 19th verse allows us to know how they winded up in another man's country called the graves. It says, and I scattered them among the heathen. And they was dispersed through the countries according to their way, not according to Yahweh's ways, not according to Yahweh's statutes, not according to Yahweh's judgments, not according to Yahweh's law, not according to Yahweh's feast days, but it says according to their way and according to their doings, I judged them. And note this 20th verse, and remember what you just read in Exodus, the 32nd chapter, starting at the 11th verse. I think that's where we started. It says in this 20th verse, and when they entered into the heathen, whether they went, well, today we are among the heathen. Yahweh said he required that which is past. Many times we teach and we use a symbolism of what our fathers went through and what we are doing today. Thus, the 20th verse reads, and when they entered into the heathen, wherever they went, they profaned my holy name. How? Make sure y'all write this down, because that's a question I'm going to ask you. If you don't ask me, I'm going to ask you. Because I got to make sure you see this. I got to make sure you see that there's no way in the world that we are under the covenant of the law when we find ourselves in the enemy land. There's no way in the world that we can ever say we are set apart, sanctified, nor consecrated when we find ourselves in the enemy's land. Because in this 20th verse, it allows anyone that have eyes and can see that if you in the enemy's land, you are profaning your Creator's name. You're not exalting it. You ain't going around being a missionary and waking up people. How are you going to be a missionary and waking up people when your stay denotes the profanity of the name of Yahweh? But that ain't never been taught like that. So you might didn't see it, but you're going to see it today. Thus it reads in its entirety, the 20th verse, and when they entered into the heathen. Y'all call these people heathens, don't you? All right. Whether they went, they profaned my holy name. How? It says, when they said to them, the heathen talking to you, these are the people of Yahweh and are gone forth out of his land. They don't supposed to be out of their land. If these are the true people of Yahweh, and he came to save them based on the stories we heard about in Egypt, then what in the heck is they doing in our hand? Could it be that he could not truly save them? Could it be that he did not have the might to keep them righteous? Well, the Almighty is going to discover the answer to the heathen when we get in the 39th chapter. But before we get into the 39th chapter, this is their thought. This is what they think. This is how they see his children. And this is how they look upon the creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein is. The 21st verse reads, but I had pity, and that's how you get out of the grave. That's how you become a recipient of that living spirit again. Not because of your reenactments, not because you giving Yahweh the benefit of the doubt, not because you doing the best you can, but because it reads in the 21st verse, but I had pity for my holy name, which the house of Israel had profaned. Where? When? Among the heathen, whether they went. Therefore, he's still talking to Ezekiel to talk to his people, and these people ain't dead. It says, therefore say into the house of Israel, thus said Yahweh Elohim, I do not this for your sake. So you ain't doing it because you got some people that rented some buildings calling it a sanctuary. You ain't doing it because you got some people that done misconstrued the laws, collecting tithes every week, calling themselves taking care of the poor, not taking care of the fatherless, the widow and the father and the widow and the fatherless. So you're not doing it for that purpose. You're not doing it because you got people saying they under the covenant of the law and they practicing or they rehearsing. It says, no, son. It says, I do not this for your sakes, O house of Israel, and that is the head all the way to the bottom, but for my holy name's sake. Your brother just shows you what I'm dealing with when it comes to my name. So he boldly tells us, but for my holy name's sake, which ye have profaned among the heathen, whither ye went. Well, we starting to understand it's not for our sake, it's for your holy name's sake. Well, how would you do it? The 23rd verse reads, and I will sanctify my great name. Oh, set it apart, which was profaned among the heathen. which ye have profaned in the midst of them. And the heathen shall know that I am Yahweh, said Yahweh Elohim. When? When I shall be sanctified in you before their eyes. How will you be sanctified before, or how would you be sanctified in us before their eyes? The first step is mentioned in the 24th verse, and it reads, and please take note of the steps, because you're going to see the same steps rendered in the 37th verse, or the 37th chapter. It tells us in the 24th verse, for I will take you from among the heathen, and gather you out of all countries, and will bring you into your own land. That's step one. You cannot be sanctified. You cannot be set apart in your eyes, nor the heathen eyes, nor Yahweh's eyes, without you first being taken from among the heathen and gathered out of all the countries where you have been scattered and brought back into your own land. That is the first step of sanctifying. The second step reads in the 25th verse, then will I sprinkle clean water upon you, and ye shall be clean from all your filthiness. From all your idols will I cleanse you. So the second step of sanctifying, you will have to be cleansed. Not from some of the things, but from all your filthiness and from all your idols will I cleanse you. The third step reads in the 26th verse, a new heart also will I give you. So I can't be sanctified until I get, or set apart until I get the new heart, right? Absolutely. And a new spirit will I put within you. And I will take away the stony heart out of your flesh, and I will give you a heart of flesh. The next step, I will put my spirit, the same spirit that we're going to read about that is prophesied in Ezekiel the 37th chapter, to make these dry bone people, these people that think they have been cut off from the land and their hope is dry, to make them revitalize, to bring forth the moisture into those bones. It says in the 26th verse, a new heart also will I give you, and a new spirit will I put within you. And I will take away the stony heart out of your flesh, and I will give you a heart of flesh. The next step, and I will put my spirit within you and cause you to walk in my statutes. Well, if the spirit ain't on us, if you ain't did this sanctification yet, how in the heck are we keeping the statutes of the Day of Atonement, the statutes of the Feast of Tabernacles, any of the statutes? Somebody lying, and it ain't Yahweh. We already proved that last presentation. The 27th verse in its entirety, I will put my spirit within you and cause you to walk in my statutes, and ye shall keep my judgments and do them. The same judgments that many people will confess today that they can't do, nor are they under. And ye shall dwell in your dwelling places, in the land that I gave to your fathers, not wherever you at. And ye shall be my people at that time, and I will be your Elohim. Don't forget, it told Moses to go tell Pharaoh to let Ezra, to let my son go. Why? That he may serve me. Well, if you let go today, but you still serving him. Oh, boy. It tells us, Israel, in the 28th verse, and ye shall dwell in the land that I gave to your fathers, and ye shall be my people, and I will be your Elohim. I will also save, and that's what we waiting on. That's at least what I thought. I thought we was waiting to be saved. I thought we was in hell. I thought we was enduring mass Jacob's troubles, trials, and tribulations. I will also save you from all your uncleannesses, and I will call for the corn, and will increase it, and lay no famine upon you. And I will multiply the fruit of the tree, and the increase of the field, that ye shall receive no more reproach of famine among the heathen. Then, for there is a time and a season for everything under the sun, then shall ye remember your own evil ways that caused you to be cast out of your dwellings, and your doings that were not good, and shall loathe yourselves in your own sight for your iniquities and for your abominations. Let it be known today, according to the 32nd verse, not for your sakes do I this, said Yahweh Elohim. And we got people say, well, we deserve to go back. The Almighty going to come and get us because of what we doing, and we showing the Almighty that we deserve. Only a remnant coming back. Well, I know one thing. The remnant is going to be saved. The remnant will not denote some people trying to do that which is holy in a polluted land. I bet you that. Thus it reads, and I'm betting you that based on these words. For not for your sake do I this, said Yahweh Elohim, be it known unto you. Be ashamed, and you keep listening to your brother, I'm going to make you ashamed, and confound it for your own ways, O house of Israel. Thus said Yahweh, in the day that I shall have cleansed you, from all, not some, from all your iniquities, I will also cause you to dwell in the cities of your dwellings, and the wastes shall be builded. And the desolate land shall be tilled. We just read these truths. Whereas it lay desolate in the sight of all that pass by. And they shall say, this land that was past tense, desolate, is become present like the Garden of Eden. And the waste and the desolate and the ruined cities are become fenced and are inhabited. Then the heathen that are left round about you shall know that I, Yahweh, build the ruined places. And when they see him building the ruined places, they know that Yahweh is back with his people, that Yahweh is back in charge, and their people is back under Yahweh. And ain't nobody going to beat them. Ain't nobody going to be able to stop them. Thus it says, then the heathen that are left around about you shall know, not think, they're going to know that day that I, Yahweh, built the ruined places and planted that which was desolate. I, Yahweh, have spoken it and will do it. I was asked at the beginning of the presentation, what did I think about what was going on in Israel? I said nothing, because it had nothing to do with us, nor what is going on fulfill any of these words. Because if those people was us, and they was actually in the right place, the Almighty said, the heathen that are left around about you should know that I'm Yahweh that build the ruined places and plant that which was desolate. I, Yahweh, have spoken it, and I will do it. The 37th verse reads, thus said Yahweh Elohim, I will yet for this. Now he's accepting you. Now you can inquire. It says, thus said Yahweh Elohim. And that's what we inquire of today. We are hoping that Yahweh remember the covenant of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, come save us, and put these great words upon us. Thus the 37th verse reads, thus said Yahweh Elohim, I will yet for this be inquired. For what I've just read, I will be inquired of by the house of Israel, to do it for them. Well, hold on. How is you going to be inquired of, or how would you allow us to inquire you about what I just read when the people think in the next chapter everybody did? So I guess the dead man is inquiring? Or is he talking about the living? It says, thus say Yahweh, the last two verses, thus say Yahweh Elohim, I will yet for this be inquired of by the house of Israel, to do it for them. I will increase them with men like a flock, as the holy flock, as the flock of Jerusalem in her solemn feasts, so shall the waste city be filled, that's us, with flocks of men. And they shall know in that day, because many of you don't know. Many of you don't know no Yahweh. Not the way you talking about what you doing here. You don't know Yahweh. It says, but in that day, they shall know that I am Yahweh. Now, let's go to the 37th chapter, which is called the Valley of Dry Bones, which this presentation denotes. And we just read the living, as your brother liked to use, the living revelation of the Valley of Dry Bones, or the people who hope was lost and felt that they was cut off from the great land of promise because they found themselves in their enemy land for a very long time. Now, the 37th chapter gives us an allegory of the same living words we just read in the 36th verse, or the 36th chapter of Ezekiel. Look up the definition for the word allegory, for that is exactly what we're about to read in the 37th chapter. I think before I said symbolism, or I might even use the word eschatological vision, but this is an allegory vision of the restoration of the land of Israel and its people. Thus, it tells us in the very first verse, and please take note, Ezekiel is still getting these words by way of a vision and a dream. The Almighty dealt with Ezekiel like that throughout his whole book. This man was a great prophet and a priest. And the Almighty dealt with this man by way of vision, from the beginning to the end. So we are the ones that have to interpret the vision. Even though if we pay close attention to the words, Ezekiel interprets it for us. And I'll let you know when we get to the verses that he's interpreting this vision. The first verse, Ezekiel 37. The hand of Yahweh was upon me, as it was in the first chapter, the third verse, and carried me out in the spirit of Yahweh, and set me down in the midst of the valley, which was full of bones. So he's taking them on a journey through dream, or a journey through vision. And he allowed them to see. The second verse reads, and caused me to pass by them round about. And behold, there were very many in the open valley. And lo, they were very dry. A lot of people and scholars teach that this could have been a battlefield. And they connect that with the 38th chapter dealing with Gog and Magog. But when Ezekiel actually interprets the vision, it takes that conclusion away. It takes that idea away. It says in the third verse, and he said unto me, Son of man, can these bones live? And I answered, Master, Elohim, thou knowest. That is too hard of a question for me. Again, he said unto me, prophesy upon these bones, and say, just like he prophesied upon the mountains. The mountains wasn't dead, it was just desolate, waiting to be tilled and sown again, waiting to be inhabited again. It says, again he said unto me, prophesy upon these bones, and say unto them, O ye dry bones, hear the word of Yahweh. Now, from the beginning, Yahweh spoke everything in existence. He said, let there be light. It was light. There's no testimony how he made the sun. And it just lets us know he spoke because his words is living. He has the living voice. So when he speaks it comes to pass. And he's telling Ezekiel to do the same thing toward these bones. And in the allegorical, the bones just denote the people not being together, the people not being as the holy people that Yahweh selected, the people not having that spirit that caused them to live. We just read in the 36th chapter, the 27th verse, and I will put my spirit within you and cause you to walk. Come on, y'all. So these people is without that spirit, just like we are without that spirit today, walking dead. We're alive. We're doing all the stuff we think we want to do, but we're still spiritually walking dead. And we are walking dead in United States and abroad, which denotes our graves. And yes, many of us have died in these places, but all of us is not dead. The Almighty said the earth was created to be inhabited forever. The Almighty made a promise to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob about their seed living forever, being on the earth, inhabiting the earth, inhabiting the land of promise forever. being their Elohim forever. So what we find in the 4th verse, again he said unto me, prophesy upon these bones, and say unto them, O ye dry bones, hear. And I ain't never heard no bones able to hear. But I done heard people that have bones. If the Almighty open up their ear, they can hear. Hear the word of Yahweh. Thus said Yahweh Elohim unto these bones, behold, I will cause breath to enter into you, and ye shall live. And every time I read this, it reminds me of how Adam was created. He was created, but he was not able to really walk, talk, and do nothing else until Yahweh made him a living soul. And he never was dead. He was never dead because Yahweh created him. So he was never dead. But it still allows us to know that a process took place for him to become a living soul. And what was that process? Could that process be what we are about to read? Absolutely. For all you got to do is go to Genesis, the 2nd chapter. I think it's the 7th verse. It's not the 7th verse. It's the 2nd chapter, though, for sure. Go to Genesis, the 2nd chapter. Yes, it is, the 7th verse. You go to Genesis, the 2nd chapter, the 7th verse, and you will see these same words being spoken. Once he breathed Barak, or spirit, into him, he became a living soul. Thus we read in the 5th verse, thus said Yahweh Elohim into these bones, behold, I will cause breath to enter into you, and ye shall live. And I will lay sinew upon you, and will bring up flesh upon you. And a lot of times people say, well, what's the body parts and all that's about? Well, no different than what you just read in Ezekiel, the 36th chapter. There's a body part. And the body part that's mentioned in the 36th chapter is very vital. It was the heart. I'm going to take this heart out of you. Not a dead man heart and put a living heart in him and he come back to life. I'm taking the rebellious heart out of you, and I'm going to replace it with the heart that I'm going to give you, and then you still ain't able to do nothing yet. Then I'm going to give you the spirit, as it read in the 27th verse of the 36th chapter, as we are reading in the 6th and 7th verse of the 37th chapter. Thus it reads, and I will lay sinew upon you, and will bring up the flesh upon you, and cover you with skin, and put breath in you, and ye shall live. And ye shall know that I am Yahweh. So I prophesied. I spoke it as I was commanded. And as I prophesied, just like Yahweh spoke it, and it came to existence, well, Yahweh, the Holy One of Israel, the creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein, is giving Ezekiel the instructions of how to bring forth his brothers, what it will take. And it will take this prophetic message, this breath, it reads, so I prophesied as I was commanded, and as I prophesied, there was a noise. And behold, a shaking, and the bones came together just by me speaking, bone to his bone. And when I beheld, lo, the sinew and the flesh came upon them, and the skin covered them above, but there was no breath in them. They just created. They just standing upright. It says in the 9th verse, then said he, none of these things are done by Ezekiel without the instruction. Then said he unto me, prophesy into the wind. Prophesy, son of man, and say to the wind, thus said Yahweh Elohim, come from the four winds, O breath. And note, this in this allegorical statement, it allows us to know that the wind, breath, and spirit is all synonymous. It says, come from the four winds, O breath, and breathe upon these slain, that they may live. And note, slain. There are many scriptures, especially Psalms, where they talk about one being slain, one being wounded, one being saved from hell. And a lot of people read that and say, well, he in hell. No, he's giving praise for being saved from hell. He might be wounded, but he ain't dead. Just like us. We wounded, but we ain't dead. We the walking dead. We walking dead wounded, but we're not dead. We pray just like anybody else we find in the scriptures that prayed for Yahweh mercy, that prayed that Yahweh will save us and bring us back to life, where we can choose life or death, blessings or cursings, where we will have the opportunity to do all that Yahweh said. So it tells us in the last sentence of the 9th verse, come from the four winds, O breath, and breathe upon these slain, that they may live. So I prophesied as he commanded me, and the breath came into them. And they what? They lived and stood up upon their feet, an exceedingly great army. The 11th verse reads, and please take note of this 11, 12, 13, and 14, for it is the interpretation of what you read from the 1st verse to the 10th verse. Thus the 11th verse reads, then said he unto me, son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel. So it's being interpreted of what you read. These bones are the whole house, not some of them, not the majority of them, but the whole house of Israel. Behold, they say, the whole house of Israel, these bones that many of you think that are dead are talking to themselves all of a sudden. They had already talked before these acts came. It says, they say our bones are dried. That's where the title comes from. The valley of dry bones denote the thought of the people. It reads in the interpretation thereof, behold, they say, our bones are dried, and our hope is lost. I ain't never heard that a dead man had hope. I done heard the living having hope that he don't die, but I ain't heard the dead having hope. That is not consistent with the words of wisdom. it says again in its entirety in the 12th and 11th verse, then he said unto me, Son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel. Behold, they say, our bones are dried, and our hope is lost. And that ain't all that they said. They even thinking about the promise and the land that was given them. Thus they say, we are cut off for our parts. The 12th verse in its interpreting, it says, therefore prophesy and say unto them, thus said Yahweh Elohim, behold, and when you prophesy something, that is foretelling them something that's going to happen. So he's telling Ezekiel to prophesy to them, say unto them, thus said Yahweh Elohim, behold, O my people. The Almighty ain't speaking to them. He ain't prophesying to them as if they are truly dead. It says, behold, my people, I will open your graves. And please take note where they was at and how they get there. They got there because Yahweh said in the early part of Ezekiel, the 36th chapter, I think it started at the 19th verse, that I will scatter them there. So it's saying, I will open your graves and cause you to come up out of your graves and bring you into the land of Israel. And the Almighty just had Ezekiel prophesy to the mountains, prophesy to Jerusalem, that in a minute you're going to be sold and tilled because men is coming back soon. They on their way after he do what he promised to do. And cause you to come up out of your grave and bring you into the land of Israel. The 13th verse, continuing to interpret the first 10 verses. And ye shall know that I am Yahweh when I open your graves. Well, all the prophets, and even Jeremiah, and Ezekiel is a contemporary of Jeremiah. All the prophets said you was coming back home out of captivity. Now, why is Ezekiel prophecy totally different than the rest? When you read your Bible diligently, all the prophets are in agreement. They are in unison with what the first prophet was told all the way to the last prophet. So, the wording that we find in this allegorical vision must denote the same words of Jeremiah and anybody else that prophesies these words. Thus it tells us in the 13th verse, and ye shall know that I am Yahweh. When I open your graves, O my people, and brought you up out of your grave. It sounds no different than me bringing you up out of Egypt. The 14th verse, finish interpreting the first 10 verses, and shall put my spirit in you, and ye shall live. And that's the same thing the Almighty did when the children of Israel came out of Egypt. That's the same thing the Almighty said he would do in Ezekiel, the 36th chapter, the 27th verse. I will put my spirit within you and cause you to walk in my statutes, and ye shall keep my judgments and do them. The 14th verse of the 37th chapter says, and shall put my spirit in you, and ye shall live. And I shall place you in your own land. Okay, that lets us know that they definitely ain't dead in their land. They got to be in some other land. And that's what the Almighty have always promised Abraham, that he will be his seed Elohim, and they will be his children, and they will inherit and possess and dwell in the great land of Canaan forever. Thus, the prophecy tells us in the 14th verse, and shall put my spirit in you, and ye shall live, and I shall place you in your own land. Then shall you know that I, Yahweh, have spoken it and performed it, said Yahweh. And this play towards the people of that day feelings. It plays to the people of that day thought, because what was the feelings and the thought of the people of that day? Their thought was, our bones are dried, our hope is lost. What was they hoping in? Going back to the land, hoping in the promise that was made to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And we are cut off of our parts dealing with the land. They thought they would never make it back, just like many of us do today. Many of us don't know how we're going to get back. Many of us don't have as much hope and things like that, to where we truly think, even if we don't say it out loud, in the back of our mind, we think we ain't going to never make it. That's the same feeling these people had. And we ain't dead, nor were they. I'm going to go ahead and read the rest of this chapter, because the rest of this chapter denotes how the Israelites, once the Almighty do these things and gather them from all the places they've been scattered, that is allegorically called graves, it allows us to know that the reunion of Yehudah and Israel will start. It allows us to know that these people that you think is dead, how their government was reestablished, by name and everything. So it allows us to know, even when we continue reading, even though the Valley of Dry Bones consists of the first 14 verses, and the first 10 verses is the allegory of the story or of the vision, the 11 to the 14th verse interprets the vision, and then we got the 15th verse to the 28th verse, allowing us to know how that day will be once Yahweh bring the dead bones out of the land that they find themselves scattered, which was allegorically called graves, and how they will be reestablished. So let's pick up at the 15th verse. And then we'll have one more chapter to read, and then I'll end this presentation, because I don't like to try to make it sound to your liking. I like to use the acceptable words that I find in this book to explain exactly what Yahweh said. Ain't no sense of playing with this. Ain't no sense of making assumptions. We're going to read it as it is written, and we're going to get the understanding of what is written. And so far, we should see that these dry bones are people just like us today. Don't have no hope. We feel that we cut off. We think we ain't going to never make it to the land. All of that. And that's what they thought. That's the dry bones. Very dry. The 15th verse of Ezekiel, the 37th chapter. And please take note, because if you think they are dead, if your brother have not cleared it up enough to where you can see with your own eyes they are not dead, then you got to take in consideration the 15th verse to the 28th verse is talking to a bunch of dead people and not the living. The 15th verse, the word of Yahweh came again unto me, saying, he's still being commissioned. He's still seeing visions. He's still seeing dreams. It says in the 16th verse, moreover, thou son of man, take thee one stick and write upon it for Yehudah and for the children of Israel, his companion. Then take another stick and write upon it. Note, when we went to the part and it said Joseph, I said that denote Ephraim in Psalms 81. Well, here it says, then take another stick and write upon it, for Joseph, the stick of Ephraim, and for all the house of Israel, his companion, which denoted the north. And join them one to another into one stick, and they shall become one in thy hand, because they're being restored. And once they be restored, they're going to be restored back to their original state. And the original state was one king before Solomon died. The kingdom was separated, and there was no more one king after Solomon's death. Well, the Almighty bringing them all back to life. He's reestablishing everything, thus that one kingship is going to be reestablished. Thus it says in the 18th verse, and when the children of thy people shall speak unto thee, where they say they dead. But anyway, it says, when the children of thy people shall speak unto thee, saying, will thy not show us what thy mean by these? They want to know, because these are the people whose hope is lost and who feel that they are cut off, whose bones are dried. So they are asking, because Ezekiel is portraying that which is prophesied, as he had done many times in the book of Ezekiel. It says, in the last sentence of the 18th verse, will thy not show us what thy mean by these? The 19th verse reads, say unto them, thus said Yahweh Elohim, behold, I will take the stick of Joseph, which is in the hand of Ephraim, and the tribe of Israel, his fellows, and will put them with him, even with the stick of Yehudah, and make them one stick, and they shall be one in my hand. No more two, one. And the sticks wherein their right shall be, wherein thy writest shall be in thy hand before their eyes. And say unto them, thus said Yahweh Elohim, behold, I will take the children of Israel. Look, y'all, this is the same chapter. The children of Israel from among the heathen. Well, your brother have taught, and I've been teaching this for a while now, for almost 20 years. Your brother have taught that the graves denote the places of your captivity. It denotes the lands of the heathen, the land of the enemy, the land that you have been scattered to. And the Almighty backed me up with this 21st verse when he says, I will take the children of Israel from among the heathen. Well, hold on. Could the heathen be the same place, or the valley, and where the dry bones find themselves? Absolutely. You got to remember what was said in the 36th chapter. Don't forget, Yahweh indicted the Israelites for all that they did wrong, and he let us know that he scattered them according to their doings and according to their ways. Where did he scatter them? In the grave or to the heathens? To the heathens. Thus we are reading that Yahweh will bring the children of Israel from among the heathens wherever they be gone. Y'all say they dead. They ain't dead. You ain't dead. And will gather them on every side and bring them into their own land, making a distinction. To bring them in their own land only denotes that where they at now is not their own land, even though allegory, I'm saying it wrong, it denotes that that land is called a grave. And we're not in the land of the living, so we got to be in the land of the dead. The 22nd verse reads, and I will make them one nation in the land upon the mountains of Israel. And one king shall be king to them all, like at the beginning. And they shall be no more two nations, neither shall they be divided into two kingdoms anymore at all. Neither shall they defile themselves anymore with their idols, nor with their detestable things, nor with any of their transgressions. But I will thank you, it says, but I will save them out of all their dwelling places, wherein they have sinned. And those dwelling places do not denote being in America. It denotes all the places where we sinned in the land. The Almighty, that's why we find that the Almighty wanted his worship to be centralized. And we found that when the Almighty said that he will place his temple, he will place his name in the place that he chose. And the last place he chose was Yehuda. The city was Jerusalem. Thus, that's where Yahweh wanted all the people. That was the central place for all the people to worship Yahweh. Because before and even after that was set up, the people was doing their own thing, their own ways. They were leaning upon their own imagination. Thus, if you look in the book of Jeremiah, the 7th chapter is one place that comes to mind. You will find that they had temples all over the place. They was meeting on the mountains. They was meeting all over the place. And they were not being taught about Yahweh. They were not worshiping Yahweh. They were not taking their offerings to Yahweh. So that those days are done away with when you're reading this prophetic message in Ezekiel 37. The central place of worship is reestablished. Thus it reads. In the latter part of the 23rd verse, I will save them out of all their dwelling places wherein they have sinned, and I will cleanse them, so they shall be my people, as we read in the 36th chapter. So they will be my people, and I will be their Elohim. And David, which only denotes David's son, it only denotes the Davidic covenant. It only denotes or the Davidic dynasty. It only denotes that a seed of David will appear. And if we know anything about this, as you continue reading and understanding this prophecy, we also know what is written in Isaiah 11, how the branch and how the prince, he's even called the prince in Isaiah 9 and 6. The branch or the prince is the one that will, even in Ezekiel 34, it's talking about the shepherd, the real man that will feed the children of Israel. And that denotes the characteristic of David. As we spoke a couple of weeks ago, there were several kings in Israel, but there was only 3 that was called the son of David. And they were called the son of David because they walked the walk of David. And that is one that feared Yahweh and loved Yahweh's children as a shepherd loved his flock. So it tells us in the 24th verse, and David my servant shall be king over them, and they all shall have one shepherd. And note, as I have taught many times, these words are prophesied, and I can show time and place. And I know for a fact, and we just read it ourselves in the book of Ezekiel, that they were in Babylon. Well, they came out of Babylon. They was reestablished. Can anybody recall David being reestablished? Can anybody at the end of this presentation give me the verse and show me that David came out of Babylon with them? Or that when they came out of Babylon, David was reestablished? Please show me that. It tells us, brothers and sisters, in the let me finish that 24th verse in its entirety. And David, my servant, shall be king over them, and they shall all have one shepherd. They shall also walk in my judgments and observe my statutes and do them. And they shall dwell in the land that I have given into Yaakov, my servant, wherein your fathers have dwelt. And they shall dwell therein, because it is all of your dwellings, even they and their children, and their children's children. How long? Forever. Forever. This one particular geographical location has always been all of your dwellings. And my servant David, which denotes the Davidic covenant, it denotes a seed of David, shall be their prince. Well, hold on. How he knocks down to a king to a prince? Prince is usually called or labeled to the son or seed. David was king. It tells us, and my servant David shall be their prince forever. Moreover, I will take a covenant, or I will make a covenant of peace with them, the same covenant that he made with David, that you can find in Psalms 89. And it shall be an everlasting covenant with them, and I will place them and multiply them, and I will set my sanctuary in the midst of them forevermore. My tabernacle also shall be with them. Yea, I will be their Elohim, as he had promised our great father Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and they shall be my people. And the heathen, please take note, and the heathen shall know that I, Yahweh, do what? Is he using the same terminology that we find in Ezekiel 36, the 23rd verse, where it said, I will sanctify my great name, which was profaned among the heathen, which ye have profaned in the midst of them, and the heathen shall know that I am Yahweh, said Yahweh Elohim, when I shall be sanctified in you before their eyes. Exactly. Thus it reads in closing of Ezekiel, the 37th chapter, the 28th verse, the valley of dry bones, and the heathen shall know that I, Yahweh, do sanctify Israel. We just read what that means and how he would do it. When my sanctuary shall be in the midst of them forevermore. We got one more place to go, and that is the 39th chapter. To prove that they were not dead, to prove that Ezekiel was continuing to open up his mouth as Yahweh commanded him to do, to prophesy to these people as he commanded him in the very first chapter, in the very first vision. Ezekiel, the 39th chapter. And give your brother 1 second. We all turn into Ezekiel, the 39th chapter. Sorry about that, Israel. We all should find ourselves at Ezekiel, the 39th chapter. We will pick up at the 21st verse and read to the 29th verse in closing of the great presentation called the Valley of Dry Bones. And after we read this, I will give you 3 different chapters dealing with the name of Zechariah. That way you can enlighten your brothers and sisters that might try to ridicule you or character assassinate you by thinking that that name is a terrible name to behold. And then we will end the presentation. Right now, we all should find ourselves in Ezekiel, the 39th chapter. We're going to pick up at the 21st verse, and it reads, continuing to allow us to understand that Ezekiel, through the first chapter, through the 39th chapter, and this is the conclusion of all 39. From the first chapter to the 39th chapter, Ezekiel only prophesies to the living. Even though the living was rebellious, even though the living was hard-headed, even though the living was characterized as serpents, he was only talking to Yahweh's children, which was the living. Yahweh is the Elohim of the living. Thus, he prophesies, he told his prophets to prophesy to the living. And it reads, and I will set my glory among the heathen. Well, who was the glory? Was it not his children? And all the heathen shall see my judgment. What was the judgment? Was it not what is written in Leviticus, the 26th chapter, and what we find in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, and what we show through the judgments that was prophetically brought out of Ezekiel's mouth in the 16th chapter of Ezekiel, the 20th chapter of Ezekiel, the 7th chapter of Ezekiel, the 23rd chapter of Ezekiel? Absolutely. Thus, it reads again in the 21st verse of the 39th chapter of Ezekiel, and I will set my glory among the heathen, and all the heathen shall see my judgment that I have executed, and my hand that I have laid upon them. So the glory is them. So the house of Israel shall know that I am Yahweh their Elohim from that day and forward. And the heathen shall know, as it said it would in Ezekiel the 37th chapter, or Ezekiel 36th chapter. The 18th, the 20th, and the 23rd verse, it says that the heathen shall know. That the heathen shall know that the house of Israel went into captivity. Those graves that is allegorically spoken of in the 37th chapter. The heathen shall know that the house of Israel went into captivity for their iniquity. So no more can you profane the name of Yahweh. No more can you say, aha. No more can you come up with a terrible rumor like Yahweh ain't righteous and he ain't mighty. Because the Almighty is allowing you to know why the heathen was in your land and in your hand. It says, and the heathen shall know that the house of Israel went into captivity for their iniquity, because they trespassed against me. Therefore hid I my face, as we read in Deuteronomy, the 31st chapter, the 17th verse. Therefore hid I my face from them, and gave them into the hand of their enemies. So fell they all by the sword, according to their uncleanness and according to their transgressions have I done unto them, and hid my face from them. Therefore thus said Yahweh Elohim, now, for there is a time and season for everything under the sun, now will I bring again the captivity of Jacob, and have mercy on the whole house of Israel, and will be jealous for my holy name. After that, they have borne or carried their shame and all their trespass whereby they have trespassed against me, when they dwelt safely in their land, and none made them afraid, when I have brought them again from the people, and gathered them out of their enemies' land, the grave, and am sanctified in them in the sight of many nations. The 28th verse reads, then shall they know that I am Yahweh their Elohim, which caused them to be led in captivity among the heathen. But please take note, I have gathered them into their own land from the graves, which was none other than the land of the heathen. It says, but I have gathered them into their own land, and have left none of them anymore there. Not in the grave, but in your enemy's land. Neither will I hide my face anymore from them. For I have poured out, look what it took, and that's all we read about. For I have poured out my spirit upon the house of Israel, said Yahweh Elohim. That will be the end of the valley of dry bones. And we that have eyes and can see and ears that can hear, we should truly understand that no, they were not dead, but they were truly dead men walking until Yahweh saved them and gave them a new heart and put a spirit in them that they could live. And that is the same spirit that we are missing this day. Thus we find ourselves being in the valley. Find ourselves being a dead man walking until Yahweh save us and put Barak, or spirit, or breath in us, and then we will become a living soul once again. Let me take you to Deuteronomy, the 32nd chapter, real quick. Give you these three places where we find the name, the poetic name of Ezra, and then we will open up for comments and questions. The first place is found in the book of Deuteronomy. These things were said in the 40th year of the Israelite wandering. Thus, if we turn to Deuteronomy, the 32nd chapter, let's take a look at the 15th verse. Deuteronomy, the 32nd chapter, the 15th verse is the first rendering of the poetic endearment that Yahweh placed upon Israel and Yehudah. And it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 32nd chapter, the 15th verse. Please read the whole chapter in your spare time due to time restraint. I was just going to give you these three places, and maybe during comments and questions, you might have a comment or you might have a question on these three places that I'm showing and on this great poetic endearment that was placed upon Israel and Yehudah. Deuteronomy 32 verse 15 reads, "But Yeshurun waxed it fat." The same thing we read in Deuteronomy 31. It says that Israel waxed it fat. Can it be the same people? Absolutely, Israel. But Yeshurun waxed it fat and kicked. Thy art waxen fat. Thy art grown thick. Thy art covered with fatness. Then he forsook Elohim, which made him, and lightly esteemed the rock of his salvation. It also tells us, if we take a look in Deuteronomy, the 33rd chapter, Deuteronomy, the 33rd chapter, and you find this poetic endearment for Israel and Yehudah twice in this particular chapter. The first place we will find it in the 5th verse. Let's take a look at Deuteronomy 33 and 5. And it reads, "And he was king in Yeshurun, when the heads of the people and the tribes of Israel were gathered together." So it allows us to know, if I go up to the 4th verse and read to the 5th, Moses commanded us a law, even the inheritance of the congregation of Jacob. He was king in Yeshurun when the heads of the people and the tribes of Israel were gathered together. It's also spoken of in the 26th verse of this 33rd chapter. And it reads in the 26th verse of the 33rd chapter of Deuteronomy, "There is none like unto the Elohim of Yeshurun, who rides upon the heavens in thy help, and in his excellency on the sky." Again, the poetic endearment that Yahweh alone placed on Israel and Yehudah. And the last place that I have ever found in the Holy Scripture dealing with Yeshurun is found in the book of the prophet, and that prophet is Isaiah. Let us turn our scriptures to Isaiah, the 44th chapter. And we will close on this note. Isaiah, the 44th chapter. And I will read the first verse to the third verse. I'll go to the fifth verse. First to the fifth. And it reads, Yet now hear, O Jacob, and note who he's talking to, my servant, and Israel, whom I have chosen. Well, same way with Ezra. Ezra is a chosen name. Chosen people, chosen name. But what many people don't understand is it's the same people. So when our brothers was ridiculing us and trying to downplay the name because you have selected that name, it lets us know that they really don't know the book and they really don't esteem Yahweh. Because as David said about Saul, I won't put my hand on Saul. He's one of Yahweh anointed. Even though he after me, even though he trying to kill me, I still won't put my hand on him because he's one of Yahweh's anointed. That's a man that fear Yahweh. Well, that's the same with this name. That's the same with you attacking his name. Thus it reads, Yet now hear, O Jacob, my servant, and Israel, whom I have chosen. Thus said Yahweh that made thee, and formed thee from the womb, which will help thee. Fear not, O Jacob, my servant, and what? And thy Yesharon, whom I have what? Chosen. And this is later on in retrospect. This ain't the 40th year of their wandering in the wilderness. This is hundreds of years later. Even though the Almighty had Moses to write down that Israel and Yehudah, by the name of Yesharon, had waxed it fat, he still loved them and forgave them to where they are all the way up in the book of Isaiah. Thus, it reads one more time in the second verse. Thus said Yahweh that made thee and formed thee from the womb, which will help thee. Fear not, O Jacob, my servant, and thy Yesharon, upright one, whom I have chosen. For I will pour water upon him that is thirsty, and floods upon the dry ground, just like we had seen in the valley of dry bones. For thus it reads, I will pour my spirit upon thy seed, and my blessing upon thy offspring. And they shall spring up as among the grass, as willows by the water course. One shall say, I am Yahweh's, and another shall call himself by the name of Yaakov, and another shall subscribe with his hand unto Yahweh, and surname himself by the name of Israel. And they all are denoted Yesharon, the upright one whom I have chosen. I will end on that note, open up for comments and questions. Hallelujah, hallelujah, and shalom, Israel.
Wonderful teaching.
Hallelujah. Is there any comments or questions? 2 minutes per comment or question. Please let us know who we're talking to and where you're from.
This is Abia from Atlanta. Could the continent of Africa be Eden? And it seems to me that all those people, the same thing happened to them that happened to us so-called Israelites here in America, and scattered. It seems to me that the same thing happened to them. Is that possible?
Say the first part again.
That whole continent is Eden because it has everything.
You say even?
Eden, E-D-E-N.
Okay. So you're saying the whole...
It has everything.
Oh, you're saying in Africa?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that we strictly from Africa. A lot of scholars and even some of our brothers teach about the Middle East and all that. I believe that Eden is in the land of Africa. It talks about the four rivers, River Helical and all them, and that was divided. So I believe, and we can find a lot of those rivers like the Nile and all that in Africa. So I truly believe that the Garden of Eden was in Africa, and I believe that the land of Canaan denoted Eden, because we got several scriptures, one in Deuteronomy, one in Ezekiel, where it talks about that he will make it like Eden once again. So I truly believe that Eden is in Africa, and there's nothing new under the sun. And Yahweh required that which is past. So I truly believe that, sister. Is there any other comments or questions? That's a good question. I didn't expect that to come that way, but I truly believe, because many people teach that we're not from Africa. But I can't go on their teachings because some of them saying we from here, so I truly don't go on their teachings. They say this is the land.
That's crazy.
Yes, it is.
Captivity is the land.
Yes, that's what I heard by many so-called wise brothers and sisters.
Well, some people say we're in the wilderness. So
yeah, that's another misinformation.
They said we're what?
In the wilderness.
Many people teach that we're in the wilderness today.
Oh,
and how could we be?
No, it don't make sense.
You got to be brought according to the instructions. See, the only way they can come up to that conclusion if they don't take heed to the instructions. You got to come out of the land of your captivity to go into the wilderness of the people. So if you still in the captivity, how could you be in the wilderness of the people? And we got records that we still in this captivity. We got 300 years of our forefathers and foremothers being beat to death, hung, worked to death, and everything in this captivity. So how could we not be in captivity?
Yep, and
right.
I couldn't hear you.
I said they're still hanging our people now. It's just not so much publicized like it was before. Just last week, they had hung a young sister in Florida. They found a young sister hung on a tree in Florida.
Yes,
ma'am. Goodness.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'll tell you right now, your teaching has really lifted my spirit, because I'm telling you, when it says that we're going to be worn out, I am emotionally worn out. But I know your teaching really helped me a lot.
Yeah, and well, like we just read, we all resemble those very, very dry bones. We all hope is lost. We feel that we cut off. We don't know how we're going to return. We worry about if we're going to return. We worry about if our children are ever going to return. It sounds like the same people we just read about.
Yeah. Ooh, when is it going?
Great comments. Is there any other comments or questions?
Shalom, Brother
Shalom.
Samuel.
Shalom.
I'm Shauna. I wanted to say I noticed that with this teaching, how you was talking about how some of the houses are teaching the feast days and they practicing it. I appreciate the teaching because I realized, another way that you can understand the error is that Yah did not say practice these feast days in captivity. He didn't say practice it. But I guess that's what they think they should do. They feel like they should practice as if they are in the land. And we're not in the land. Y'all didn't say practice as if you are in the land. You said you brought out the fact that we're supposed to be studying and reading and meditating.
Absolutely. And we got to always remember the words of wisdom. The words of wisdom tells us, according to Proverbs, the 3rd chapter, the 5th to the 7th verse, it tells us these words. And we today are not standing fast on these words. We are leaning on our own understanding. We are doing our own ways. We are talking our own words. But the Almighty said, according to Proverbs, the 3rd chapter, the 5th verse, trust in Yahweh with all thy heart and lean not into thy own understanding. In all thy ways, even the ways you talking about practicing, in all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy path. Be not wise in thy own eyes. Don't tell us you know a better way to paying tithes. Don't tell us you know a better way of keeping the Sabbath. Don't tell us nothing like that. Tell us what Yahweh has said. Thus it reads, be wise in thy own eyes. Be not wise in thy own eyes. Fear Yahweh and depart from evil.
Oh, yeah. And I wanted to say also, too, I noticed now that when you were reading about the various feast days, all of them were asking about, they were saying burnt offerings and everything else. We never did have, it was things missing in the first place. You didn't have everything that you were supposed to have because we wasn't in the land we wasn't supposed to be practicing.
Absolutely.
Nobody brought anything, everything, all of those was requiring burnt offerings.
Absolutely, sister. And I'm glad your ear was able to hear because many of our teachers didn't even read all those verses dealing with all those pieces because they didn't want you to really see that that was required.
Yeah, you took that out of what I was about to say. I noticed, too, that things got skipped over. They didn't read the whole thing. Yes, they left things out. I guess that was done purposefully.
Yes, ma'am, because if I kept reading to you about what was required, you're going to see it. You're going to see it like y'all see it today. You're going to see it like, hold on. How in the heck we going to do this? And Yahweh got 30 verses of what required, and we ain't did not one of those verses.
Absolutely. And I said, well, we're going to get a lamb without blemish because these lambs they probably got spots on them and say, we don't know what he was talking to our ancestors. Well, we're going to get a lamb without blemish.
And I said something about that in the presentation where many of the grocery stores recall the meat. Y'all don't be hearing all that recall of meat. I don't know what city you in.
I do. They recall the meat and cut the counsel out of it and resell it. Oh, I listen a lot.
They resell it?
I'm actually an educator, so I do read about that. But I was listening to you, and I said I just noticed this teaching. A lot of stuff got skipped over, but you read the whole thing. So praise Yah.
Hallelujah.
And the meat is cloned. All the meat is cloned.
Oh, you mean we got clone meat?
Killing.
We offering Yahweh clone meat.
That's right. It's cloned.
And we set apart at the same time, offering Yahweh clone meat. Ain't that something? That ain't backwards. I don't know what you call it.
That's right.
Great comment. Great comments. Is there any other comments or questions?
Shalom.
Shalom, sister.
Good evening, brother. This is Sister Danya. I was really enjoying the lesson, and it just reminded me of Habakkuk 2, verse 4. I know that our people don't want to hear that the just shall live by faith because the teachings of the new book. But if we truly fear Yahweh, we have to live by faith and wait.
Yes, ma'am. And that is very wisely spoken, because today we are not trusting in Yahweh. We do not want to wait. Remember, we had so many comments or conversation with people just about the fact that we supposed to wait. People saying, wait for what? They saying, wait for what? They got the book right in front of them and ask you, wait for what? Oh, boy.
Hallelujah. I think that's why they so insistent on doing something, because they don't want to accept that we just got to wait. We just got to have faith.
Mm-hmm. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. That's very wisely spoken. And that's exactly what we are dealing with. We are using our faith. And don't forget what we just read, because the brothers, many of the brothers and sisters in that valley found themselves without faith. They found themselves without hope.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Very wisely spoken. Is there any other comments or questions?
Hey, brother and sister, this is Brother Gershon from Michigan.
Yes,
and,
sir.
Yes, sir, and enjoy it again. I just want to throw something in there to just throw it out there, because it's nothing I can say other than there is scripture. I don't know, I can't remember if it's in the book of Jeremiah or Ezekiel, that talks about something else we don't hear much about, which ties us to the land of what they call today Africa. And that is that his people consists of three, which Israel is a third of. And there's two others, Ethiopia and Assyrians. The Ethiopians and the Assyrians are a third part of which Israel is a part of. So these people, the way I take it is they all must look alike. So the original Assyrians, the original Egyptians, and original Israel, with Moses having been told to stick his hand in his chest, had nothing to do with when his hand wasn't turned black, it was turned white. So I just wanted to throw that out there with the comment the sister had made a point about Africa, the land of Africa, the Garden of Eden, and I've never seen any white dirt. So the consequence of white, even the scriptures talk about a white thorn being spotted by the bird. It wasn't a good thing. And so I just, not that I'm trying to put anybody down that look white or light skin or any of that, because we've been through so much, and none of us stood in line to pick the way we look. So not judging anybody, this is all under Yahweh. I just wanted to throw that out there, and I didn't know if you wanted to comment on that. Hallelujah.
Well, I would just comment on it this way. We know in the book of Genesis, the 10th chapter, when it speaks about Noah's family, the first three sons beside Japheth, it talks about Egypt, it talks about the land of Canaan, it talks about Ethiopia. Even when we deal with Genesis, I think it's the second chapter, where it talks about the rivers. It says the name of the first is Pison. That is it which compares the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold. And the gold of that land is good. There's bdellium and the oxenstone. The name of the second river is Gihon. All these rivers is in Africa. The same is it that compasses the whole land of Ethiopia. The name of the third river, Hidiel, that is it, which goes toward the east of Assyria. So I'll just use these words to kind of coincide with what you said, but it allows us to know that our homeland and Eden was truly in Africa.
That's indeed. Allah, yeah. Yes.
Yeah. That's very wisely spoken. Is there any other comments or questions?
Doesn't it say we're going to be like a speckled bird?
Yeah. And many of us is speckled birds today because of our plight that we have endured. We have been raped by everybody. When it talks about the four beasts in the book of Daniel, the 7th chapter, one thing I notice a lot of people don't understand, and that is those people, those beasts never ruled the whole world. But one thing they had in common, and one place they did rule, and that is the land of Israel. They ruled Israel. Israel is denoted as the center of the earth. The Almighty, as we read, or we could have read in Deuteronomy 32, when the Almighty divided the people upon the earth, when he selected Israel, he divided the earth based on his children. So we are the center of the earth. And I just wanted to bring out, those beasts never ruled the whole earth, but all those beasts ruled us. And we have been evaporated and assimilated into all of those cultures. So, yeah, we might be considered a speckled bird today.
Mm-hmm. Shalom, Brother Samuel.
Go ahead.
Shalom, Brother Samuel. This is Shauna again. I wanted to ask you, since it's coming out that, I'm realizing that we can't keep the law. We're not in our land. I wanted to ask you, how do you answer the scripture that says Yah will save the lawful captives?
We have a presentation on that already. And I thought we just spoke on that a couple of weeks ago. I'll speak on it again. The lawful captive. What is your definition of the lawful captive?
Okay.
The law is given to us. The law is given to us, to the Israelites?
Well, that is not what Isaiah is speaking about. It is Isaiah, isn't it?
Okay.
Now I'm asking the question.
I do remember you teaching from Isaiah.
Well, let me get there, because I like to speak from what is written. I thought it was Isaiah. It might not be Isaiah. Let me find it right quick. Or whoever else have it on the top of their head, they can go ahead and holler it out.
But wouldn't that still be a part of fearing the Almighty God and departing from evil?
What will be?
Like being a part of being a lawful captive.
Well, the lawful captive is not speaking in the sense that you got in your head and that you've been taught. This lawful captive denotes that the enemy is lawfully having you. You are a lawful captive, or the enemy have a lawful captive, because you the one broke the covenant with Yahweh. So the Almighty, let me get there, because I need to get there to where we can really read the word. That way you can see what the lawful captive denotes. You're only a lawful captive because you're a captive based on the law. You broke the law. So he's talking about the fortune being changed, and he's talking about taking the lawful captive from the man that is lawfully right of having you. The Almighty said he was going to send you there. The Almighty said that he was sending you to Babylon for your sake.
And they know this.
So the lawful captive is not saying that the captive is somebody. Yeah, we're in the Isaiah, the 49th chapter, and we will pick up at the 25th verse. But mind you, Isaiah 49 is talking about Zion being restored. So in the story of them being restored, we find in the 23rd verse these words: and the kings shall be nursing fathers, and their queens nursing mothers. They shall bow down to thee with their face toward the earth, and lick up the dust of thy feet. And thou shalt know that I am Yahweh, for they shall not be ashamed that wait for me. Shall the prey, please take note, look at the question. Don't try to regurgitate what you was taught in class, and listen to the verse. Shall the prey be taken from the mighty? That's the first question. Shall the prey, what is a prey?
Hunted.
Shall the prey, okay, shall the prey be taken from the mighty, or the lawful captive, the captivity of the just, as many people say, the lawful captive delivered? But thus said Yahweh, here go the answer. But thus said Yahweh, even the captives of the mighty shall be taken away. Hold on. Did y'all hear that? Read that first sentence of the 25th verse of Isaiah 49. It says, and coincide with the 24th verse, shall the prey be taken from the mighty, or the lawful captive delivered. The 25th verse says, but thus said Yahweh, even the captives of the mighty shall be taken away. And the prey, the same word used in the 24th verse, of the terrible shall be delivered. For I will contend with him that contend with thee, and I will what? Save thy children. So all this is talking about how Israel will be saved, how Zion will be restored, and the people that got you, they got you lawfully. They got you lawfully based on the law, based on what Yahweh said will happen to you in the law. But the Almighty letting you know, in the days of his mercy, he will take you out of their hands.
So I'm understanding, this is Shauna that asked the question, so the lawful captive is are the Israelite, or the nation of Israel who has been lawfully given over to them.
Absolutely.
It's not the lawful captive in those that keeping all the laws.
Yeah, that don't have nothing to do with that.
All the law.
Because, hold on, one at a time. It definitely don't have nothing to do with your last statement, because if you was that, you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be in their hands.
If we was taught, it was taught keeping all the laws. That's the lawful captive.
Yeah, that's what was taught to me too 20 years ago.
Right. But
that don't say nothing about
lawful captive as in lawfully been given over.
Yeah, it don't say nothing about the lawful people or the righteous people being given to the enemy. No, this is dealing with the wicked. Now the Almighty has changed his mind. Now the Almighty is showing forth his compassion. Now the Almighty is remembering the covenant that he made with Abraham, and he's going to take these people out of their hands, even though they were supposed to have them. The Almighty also said in Isaiah 44, Hold on. Let me shoot this at you right quick. Also, it tells us in the 42nd chapter of Isaiah, allowing us to know this is the same prophet talking. He got the same idea. It tells us in the 42nd chapter, and it tells us in the 23rd to the 25th verse these words. Who among you will give ear to this? Who will hearken and hear for the time to come? Who gave Jacob for a spoil and Israel to the robbers? Did y'all hear that question? And it's a question. So we got to answer it. And if we answer it correctly, we can understand what it means in the 49th chapter about lawful captives. Where it says, who among you will give ear to this? And who will hearken and hear for the time to come? Who gave Jacob for a spoil? Was it not Yahweh? And Israel to the robbers. Was it not Yahweh? Did not Yahweh, he against whom we have sinned, for they would not walk in his ways, neither were they obedient to his voice. Therefore he poured upon him the fury of his anger and the strength of battle, and it has set him on fire round about. Yet he know it not, and it burnt him. Yet he laid it not to heart. And we ain't laying it to heart when we think we was a bunch of lawful captives. We is not laying what happened to heart.
And if we were righteous, we wouldn't be here.
Absolutely. And the Almighty just indicted us with the 42nd chapter by saying, I'm the one that gave y'all to the spoiler. I'm the one that gave y'all to the robber. Well, the spoiler and the robber is the mighty man. The Almighty said, in his mercy, I'm taking you from him.
Mm-hmm.
That's all that says. That ain't got nothing to do with us being in captivity, being right. No, nothing. That's truly that is truly out of context. If you read the first verse of Isaiah 49 all the way to the end and have the thought that it was some lawful captives, that's going to be out of context, out of the whole chapter.
Right. That's why I asked you.
Absolutely.
That's exactly why I asked.
Keep asking all the questions, please. Because we got a lot of cleaning up to do. So keep asking. Ain't no stupid questions.
Okay. I'll think of another one.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Praise God. This is Yahariel out of Atlanta.
Hallelujah.
I have a question about Ezekiel 8:16, facing toward the east.
That's a good one.
Could you elaborate on that?
Well, all it's telling us is that the Israelites were not trusting in Yahweh. They were not obedient. They were leaning on their own understanding, according to their own imagination. Thus, it tells us in the 8th chapter, I love to get there. I don't like to talk off the top of my head, so I'm trying to get there as I talk. It tells us in the 8th chapter of Ezekiel, the 16th verse, and it says, and he brought me into the inner court of the house of Yahweh's house. And behold, at the door of the temple of the altar, or the temple of Yahweh, behold, the porch and the altar were about 25 men, with their backs toward the temple. And when I read this, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of all the fake days of atonements that I went to. And everybody called themselves looking toward the east. But I always noticed that the Moray was looking at us. So if the Moray looking at us, he ain't looking toward the east, is he?
Oh, wow.
If he got all of us, listen to what your brother's saying. If he got all of us turned to the east, and he looking at us, is he turned to the east?
Nope.
All right, but he got us turned to the east. And I wonder why. It reads in the 16th verse, the last sentence of the verse, it says, with their back toward the temple of Yahweh and their faces toward the east. and they worship the sun toward the east.
Oh, my.
So even though they might supposed to have been doing what Yahweh told them to do, when they did their own ways and they were doing their own doings, well, we might have been looking toward the sun god. We definitely wasn't keeping no Day of Atonement. We already know that now. Well, so we definitely wasn't keeping the Day of Atonement. So what were we keeping? Were we keeping the the praise of the sun or the praise of the east or what? But that's all that's talking about, brother. These people was doing their own thing in the temple. And the Almighty brought Ezekiel by way of vision and said, look at this. That's all they doing. Something terrible.
So the scripture doesn't instruct us to pray toward the east nowhere.
Excuse me?
So the scripture doesn't instruct us to pray toward the east nowhere?
No, but a lot of people, in their confusion, one minute they say we from Africa, next minute they don't. So when they say we from Africa, the Africa supposed to be in the east. So they saying look toward the land. So they say look toward the land based on 1 Kings 8. But it don't say east. The only place I found east is right here.
Okay, me too.
And that's the wrong east. I don't want to be looking toward that east.
We wasn't praying to the sun god.
I ain't trying to pray to the sun god. I ain't calling on no sun god.
Back to the wall, looking up.
Praise the mighty God.
In 1 Kings 8, Israel, it tells us to look toward the land. It tells us to look toward the land and look toward the house that is built. Well, there's no need for us to look toward the land today because the land is desolate. There's no need to look toward the house today because the house is destroyed.
Brother, you just woke me up. I've been praying that way for 22 years.
I was in the same condition, bro. I was in the same condition.
Me too.
I was in the same condition, and if we go to one of these, if we go to one of their meetings today, they're gonna tell you to stand up, look toward the east right now today.
Yep.
Yeah, Brother Samuel.
Yes, sir.
You know, they're supposed to be building the third temple, so I guess people gonna start back trying to look towards the east when they build the third temple in Israel.
Oh yeah.
Have you heard that they trying to build a third temple?
No, I haven't really heard nothing on that. I haven't been keeping up on them, but it's to no avail.
Yeah.
They don't start trying to build it.
And who and brother, who is building the third temple? Who is it?
Oh, the so-called people over there now.
Oh shoot. Yeah, that's to no avail.
They're trying to build a third temple now.
And that would be the only temple. Check this out, Israel. That would be the only temple that's built while we were still in captivity. All the other temples only was built when we was free. This would be the third, the so-called third they working on, would be the only temple while the children still in captivity. Ain't that something? To no avail.
And
straight vanity.
And they trying to build it in the wrong place. They don't.
Of course they is. Of course they is.
In the wrong. Oh, they're building in the wrong place.
But that's a great question. Yeah. And I also heard, I thought I remembered in the land of Israel that they call Israel today, I thought they got the big Muslim mosque, that big old round thing in the middle of that, don't they?
Yes.
Yes, indeed. They both claim it's a holy site, but they fight. It's amazing. They fighting over something that none of them, because all of them foreigners, so they don't really know.
I know the Muslims supposed to did their thing, and they got that big Muslim dome, gold dome or something downtown or the middle of their land or whatever. And it just showed that there's no distinction being made. They got the holy with the unholy.
They both of them. Yeah.
They got it together. That is not Yahweh's doing, so that can't be true. That can't be us.
That's right.
Then also that it couldn't be us because right now they getting attacked right now over there in Israel right now.
And they depending on America.
Bombs and everything.
And they depending on America. They ain't depending on Yahweh. They depending on America. Biden spoke up this morning like, I got you. We solid as a rock with them. That's what he said. He's solid as a rock with Israel. So they ain't calling on Yahweh. This ain't Yahweh doing. This is those people in the United States. Our enemy. Our enemy.
It was great, Israel, what you call it over there? The United, it's a American organization that Jewish, I think it's what, Jewish Federation or something like that?
Yeah, they call themselves Jewish Federation, Israel Federation. All that mess is set up from America when they came up out of Germany, 1946.
Yep.
Which raises a good point here. I witnessed a very old film, recorded film of Time Life magazine, which you can't find now, just like you can't find a lot of things as they've been busy hiding things. So, but I witnessed it with my own eyeballs, heard it with my own ears. Yahweh brought it to my attention years ago, where there was a clipping of the chief editor for Time Life magazine in 1951 or 52 or somewhere around there, 50, 53, and he asked the then president of the so-called Egyptians, because that whole area has been taken over, but the so-called Egyptian, at least they were more honest at the time, because America hadn't been given the power to use its propaganda yet. It had begun since 45 and things like that, but 1945. But they still they didn't have the technology they got now to really take over the airwaves, but with their propaganda and their magic shows on TV, which you see with your eyes. But here's the whole thing. This editor asked the king of, the president of Egypt at the time. He said, there's problems in Israel right now, in the Middle East. They call it Palestine. He said, and Israel has returned. He said, well, don't you want peace in Israel? And the Egyptian president said, of course we want the peace. And he said, well, why don't you think why do you have a problem with Israel having returned? He said there would never be peace in Israel. He said, well, why not? He said, because Israel has returned white and they left black. He said that on that video, on that recording, and Time Life magazine has hidden it, probably because that's the status quo. And everything is, again, like Brother Shemuel is saying, the world is, this confederacy is against us. This is the reason a lot of things they do is a distraction to us. And what we've got to learn to do is stop listening to their news. Do like Brother Shemuel points out, keep our noses in the books between Genesis and Malachi and focus on our God and our eyes. He will reveal things to us. He'll open our eyes. But as long as we're holding on to this foolishness out of the New Testament and all of these wizards, I call them, even the character of the New Testament, he was nothing but a magician, in my opinion, just like Egypt, just like the Egyptians were. Another example, just as Yahweh told his people, if another comes in my name, or your brother or someone else comes and tell you that there's another God, know that I am testing you. He told them that before there was a New Testament. So the rest of us know there ain't no New Testament. He said, I knew the end at the beginning. There was no reason for him to need to come up with something new. That's all foolishness.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to throw that out there to encourage some of my brothers and sisters. And that came from a guy that knows that the original inhabitants of the land were black, dark-skinned, wearing crowns. And they lost it because they went into captivity. The man said it. He just didn't say they went into captivity. He said they left. But there are many still there. But they are portraying themselves as Muslims.
Well, I also heard something similar that, and it came by way of the Ethiopians, and they have people called Bata Israel, and Bata Israel was people that supposed to escaped it from the Babylonian captivity and ran to Ethiopia, and they spoke something like that too, saying that the original Hebrews was black, and the ones that returned became white. So they was asking them what did they think about the New Testament, because even some of the Ethiopians have been converted later on in retrospect. But at this time they asked them, what do you think about the New Testament? And the Ethiopians called it one gate. One gate meaning the book of deceit. So that's what they called it when they asked the Ethiopians that was housing Bata.
What did they call it? The book of one gate? What did you call it, Brother Shemuel?
I think he got kicked off or something.
Okay. Well, we'll wait for him. Shalom.
It was an absolutely great teaching, I tell you that. It lifted my spirit.
Always get that charge.
You done got me.
Yeah. It needs to be on a loudspeaker, like an ice cream truck riding through the streets of our neighborhood.
Probably not.
I know I was going to ask them about, are we supposed to be praying 3 times a day?
Yeah. Which is
that'll be a good question, but I just pray when it come on me to pray.
Yeah, I pray.
He tell us he gave us his he put his Holy Spirit in us, and then we have the spirit of, it calls it the directing spirit, from out of the Septuagint that I read along with other Bible versions, and which I know not to call them Bibles. That's the European way of describing it, but the Scriptures of Truth is what it calls itself, and I prefer to call it the Scriptures of Truth, to separate it from this biblical mess. Because Bible,
we getting kicked off. We getting kicked off. It's near the end of our recording.
Sorry.
I got kicked off, and I just heard 2 or 3 sisters just come back in announcing themselves.
Yeah.
We getting kicked off.
All right. Yeah. So that was just in that last statement I was saying. In doing a language study on Italian, when they say Bible, we think that's connected to the Creator. That's connected to the God of this world, and it only means collection of books. That's all it means.
And that's all. It's all it ever supposed to have been meant, unless somebody taught it different. Bible mean books.
That's all it means.
And that's all it ever been meant. But we've been taught Bible mean other things. It only mean books.
Hallelujah.
Go ahead, brother.
Ezekiel 8 and 14, you were reading, and in there was a word called Tammuz. Is it forbidden to say idol God's name?
Tammuz. I would absolutely say yes. If not, why are they in the book?
Okay.
We got several. Hold on 1 minute, brother from Virginia. We got several scriptures in our holy scriptures that have different names that the nations call those gods, and even Israel wind up converting to those gods and using those names. So Today, we're not under the covenant of the law. Today, we are in darkness. We are searching for the light, and we find different names, Astra, and all those different names in our Holy Scripture. Unless they are Johnny come lately, and the enemy places them there, we were to use those names. The prophets used those names. The prophets said those names. So if we were not to use them, I'm quite sure the Almighty wouldn't have had the prophets using them.
That sounds correct. Thank you, brother.
We were to use those names to expose who they were. We were not to use those names in worship. Many times when you hear the script, the Creator says that thou shalt not utter the name of other gods, he was condemning Israel because they were calling on the names of other gods. So that's the difference. And when we read that, they were actually calling on the name of other gods and giving other gods the glory. So Yahweh come back and tell us we were not to use those names, for there is only one God. He lets us know over and over again, all the gods is only a fraction of your imagination. You created it. You made it. Did you see in Exodus, the 32nd chapter, how quick Aaron and the people made a god? That quick.
That quick.
It wasn't no God already there. It wasn't no God already in the wilderness. They made it.
And brother, did Yahweh tell?
Hold on, brother. Hold on. The brother from Virginia.
Go ahead.
Shalom, my brother. Yes. Just want to make a comment. Excellent presentation, representation of the prophet speaking and the accuracy. Also, a lot of people, speak about the new book that's added, just to remind everyone that's part of the curse that was foretold to our forefathers in the wilderness, that someone newly risen up that your forefathers had never knew you would serve and worship later on down the line. And if they did not know this newly risen individual, why should we know it? But because of the curse, we was born into it, and it was going to be a snare unto us. So those that still trapped in it, it's us here witnessing what was written way back in the beginning. So I just want to share that. An excellent presentation, my brother.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. And that was to my point right there. That's all I was going to say.
Is there any other comments or questions?
That was it.
Is there any other comments or questions? Is there any comments about the name Yesharon? Is there any comments about the Feast of Tabernacles? Are we under the Feast of Tabernacles? Should we practice the Feast of Tabernacles?
No.
No way. No way.
What about our dear brother smearing the name of Yesharon? Is he in order or is he out of order?
He's
out of order.
We all see that Yesharon was none other than Israel and Yehuda, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
So if they talking about the name Yesharon, they talking about Israel and Yehuda.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Israel, Yehuda is the one waxing fat. But they hurried up and tried to, with their lack of understanding, they hurried up and tried to say, yeah, well, the people that's dealing with the house of Yesharon, they chose a good name. Look at them. They waxed it fat. Look what the Almighty said about them. What the Almighty talking about Israel. The same people you calling yourself.
Simple-minded.
Right.
But we just clearing up everything. Like I said, on my watch, ain't none of that gonna get past me. So I'm gonna let you know why I chose, and I did diligence search before I chose the name Yesharon. I know all about the name of Yesharon, and I know it's only in our scriptures 3 different places. In 2 places, the Almighty said He is that Yahweh has chosen him. Yahweh chose Israel out of all the people on the face of the earth. You're talking about the wrong people.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
So I just wanted to give y'all that admonition. That way, if one of the brothers or sisters pull you over trying to ridicule you about the name, you will have the true words to explain to them that all that is talking about is Israel and Yehuda. It is a poetic endearment. And we know what endearment means. That is something dear. That is something that is great. Not coming from us, coming from the Most High. He put that name on them.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, but we learned that, though. That's why I don't understand why that was being ridiculed.
Because when you drown and you grab for anything, so they try to use that. They drowning. When you drown and you grab for anything.
Yeah.
So they thought that was something to ridicule y'all with. They thought that the name Ezra was something to ridicule y'all with. In reality, it just showed their lack of understanding of the scriptures.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it did. It backfired.
Yep.
Is there any other comments or questions?
Shalom, this is Shauna again.
Okay.
We were talking you were talking earlier about us being. It was a statement made that we were from Africa, and I feel how do you explain the scripture that says Jerusalem is the mother of us all?
Say that again.
Africa.
How do you explain the scripture that says Jerusalem is the mother of us all? They talk about Jerusalem being the mother of us all because it's teaching that we from Africa. It speaks about Jerusalem being the mother of us all.
What chapter and verse are you referring to, sister?
Okay.
See if you can find it. Help your brother out that way.
Now to look it up. Okay.
Yeah,
But Jerusalem is a part of Africa.
And it's the motherland.
Jerusalem ain't nothing but a city. Jerusalem ain't nothing but a city of the land of Canaan. It's only a city.
Yeah.
Of the land. That's right.
Yeah, it's a city of the whole land. It's just a city. It's the main city where Yahweh placed his name. So that's all Jerusalem denotes.
Mm-hmm.
Before he placed his name in Jerusalem, where did he place his name?
In Zion.
Zion is the hill of Jerusalem. Before he placed his name in Jerusalem, where did he place his name?
Shiloh.
And that's in the land of Canaan also.
Okay, so I do realize that it was in Galatians that it was said, but Jerusalem above a tree.
That's probably why.
Yeah.
That's probably why. You notice how I answered that. I said, well, you're going to have to help your brother out because I don't deal with the New Testament. I couldn't refrain. It didn't pop in my mind.
But
and
that's because
it's in the New Testament.
But I'll read what it says. It says
we don't need to hear it. We go. We don't even need to hear it. We done regurgitated that. We ain't going to return to that. We cool.
Don't inquire.
Yeah.
I appreciate it, though, but we good.
Yeah, we good.
Once you know, don't go back.
Yes, sir. Is there any other comments or questions?
Well, I was saying that because
I want to give a comment, brother.
Okay.
I want to give a comment to you, Brother Samuel.
Okay.
You are a wonderful speaker for Yahweh, and I hope that you continue to keep on keeping on, spreading this truth, breaking down these lying teachers in Israel. It's a blessing, brother, because you enlighten my spirit every time I hear you.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
I need y'all to help me. Don't never allow me to add or take away. When I add or take away, please stop me and help your brother. Reprove me. Do not let me go on and on. If you hear me adding, you hear me taking away, help your brother and stop me.
I haven't heard you that.
What'd you say?
I haven't heard you do it yet.
No, I'm saying if it ever, the brother said he hoped that I continue. That's why I say I think I will continue, long as I never add or take away. If you see me add or take away, stop me, because I ain't no fool. I will be reproved.
We helping each other, brother.
That's right.
Is there any other comments or questions? I think we had a sister who was about to make another comment.
Yes, it's Johanna, and I just want to say I've learned so much listening to your teaching these past months, and I do thank you for all of your hard work, because I know it's not easy. And I have learned that, no, we can't keep the Sabbath day. We can't keep none of the feast days. I learned that we're not supposed to pay tithes and offerings. I learned so much from your teaching, and another thing I've learned that really helped me is that there's nowhere in the scriptures where the Most High Yah condoned multiple wives. That was one big major thing that I was a part of, and I just thank you so much for your love for the Most High Yah, and the dedication that you have, and the love for your people, for our people.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
I truly love you both, the Almighty and you. Absolutely.
Hallelujah.
I don't take it lightly. You really helped me so much.
Hallelujah. Praise the Most High.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is there any other comments or questions?
One more thing from your Haziel. Who, what, where, and when, brother? You lighten up my life. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. And depart from evil. And depart from evil.
Mm-hmm.
Wait for us together. For all of us to get together and do a meet and greet.
Yeah, I said we gonna get it popping. I don't call it a meet and greet. I call it a seek, meet, and greet. Because if we get together, we're going to be seeking Yahweh. We ain't just going to meet and greet and eat and laugh. We're going to be seeking, then we meeting and we greeting.
Oh, yeah.
So it's a seek, meet, and greet.
Yes.
So we're going to be able to set up something where we can have a couple of days of good teaching and good eating and good laughing and loving one another. Yes, ma'am and sir. Yes.
Looking forward to it.
Is there any other comments or questions?
Thankful for his truth. Allow Yah.
Hallelujah.
Praise Yahweh for being the Almighty God of truth, and the protector of his truth, and the revealer of his truth. And this is an amazing thing to be a part of when you wake up from the hell that you've been living in under the deception and confusion. It's amazing. The rest, even in that sense, even though we still in hell, we've been raised out of hell as we wait now in faith with a proper understanding as we continue to grow in Yahweh's word. Allow Yah.
Hallelujah. And nothing else. Our bones is not as dried as they were before we heard this prophetic messages, and our hope is not lost as it were before we heard these prophetic messages. So if nothing else, we are being revived, and we should have a little more hope than our brothers and sisters that does not understand these same prophetic words.
Hallelujah.
And they turn toward us. We got answers.
Yes, sir.
Allow God.
Is there any other comments or questions?
Well, shalom. This is Shauna again. I was just wanting to say that it was an excellent teaching. And I like the fact that you followed the word completely. You wasn't saying in addition to or how you feel or making those comments like that. I just wanted to say, so in that you taught today, what we should be doing as captives, we should be reading and studying and warning our brothers.
Yeah, we should be studying. We should be reading. We should be warning our brothers, and we should be walking with integrity, meaning we should be fearing Yahweh, and we should be depart from evil. And if you truly doing that, you're a good citizen, not just for America, but even under the Almighty. See, you can't say. You can, but to be honest, you can't say you fear Yahweh and depart from evil and be doing evil at the same time. You either departing or you're doing it. So evil is the opposite of good. So if we are not doing evil, what are we doing? Good. We act like we're scared to say that. If we're not doing evil, what are we doing? Good. All right.
And part of it should we be gathering with our brothers and sisters too for the word. That's what we should be doing also.
We should be reproving them.
Okay.
We should be reproving them. If we really love Yahweh and we really love our brothers and sisters, we should be reproving them. And the only way that we can reprove them is by opening up our mouth. We seen where Yahweh shut Ezekiel's mouth, and he said he would not be a reprover because he shutted his mouth. Well, our mouth is not shut. So we are to reprove our brothers and sisters. We are to warn them. We are to try to get them on the same path we on, and that path is called fear Yahweh and depart from evil. I accepted the comment that y'all just made, because I made it, and I said good, because the opposite of evil is good. But the people that we find that was not under the covenant of the law, that feared Yahweh and departed from evil, what did Yahweh call them?
Good.
No, the people, hear me again, the people that was not under the covenant of the law, I'm talking like Noah, I'm